My husband and daughter have been having an affair for 3 years. Family therapy. Those two hopeful words masked the most unspeakable betrayal. My husband, Martin, 47 male, and my daughter from a previous marriage, Kelsey, 24 female, weren't working on their strained stepfather-stepdaughter relationship as they claimed, but had been conducting a sexual affair for 3 years. And I, 45-year-old female, only discovered the truth when I found love letters Martin had written to Kelsey hidden in his desk drawer while searching for our tax documents. I married Martin 8 years ago when Kelsey was 16. My first husband, Kelsey's father, had died when she was 12, and I'd been a single mother for 4 years before meeting Martin. He seemed wonderful, patient, kind, supportive of my relationship with Kelsey, and genuinely interested in being a positive presence in her life. The first few years were relatively smooth. Martin and Kelsey had a respectful stepfather-stepdaughter relationship. There were occasional tensions as Kelsey navigated adolescence, but nothing unusual for blended families. Martin was never inappropriate, never crossed boundaries, and seemed genuinely invested in Kelsey's well-being and success. When Kelsey turned 18 and started college, she became more distant from both Martin and me. She'd come home less frequently, was evasive about her life, and seemed uncomfortable during family gatherings. I attributed this to normal young adult independence and the natural separation that happens when children leave for college. About 3 years ago, Martin suggested that he and Kelsey attend family therapy together to work on their relationship. He said Kelsey had confided in him that she felt he'd never fully accepted her, that she struggled with having a stepfather, and that she wanted to address these feelings before they damaged our family permanently. Martin presented this as his initiative to improve his bond with Kelsey. I was touched by Martin's commitment to our blended family. I offered to join the therapy sessions, but Martin said the therapist recommended starting with just him and Kelsey to work through their specific dynamic before expanding to full family sessions. This seemed reasonable, so I supported their weekly therapy appointments. For 3 years, Martin and Kelsey attended weekly therapy sessions every Thursday evening. They'd leave together around 6 p.m. and return separately later. Martin usually by 9 p.m., Kelsey often not until much later, since she'd supposedly go out with friends afterward. They'd both report that therapy was progressing well, that they were working through issues, and that their relationship was improving. I noticed Martin and Kelsey did seem closer over those 3 years. They'd have private conversations that would end when I entered rooms. They'd exchange glances I couldn't quite interpret. Kelsey would sometimes stay over at our house, sleeping in her old bedroom, which I thought was lovely, a sign she felt more comfortable with our family. Martin would seem particularly attentive and in good spirits on Thursdays, which I assumed was because therapy was helping him feel more connected to his stepdaughter. There were small things that seemed slightly odd in retrospect. Martin buying Kelsey expensive gifts that seemed more appropriate for a romantic partner than a stepdaughter. Designer handbags, expensive jewelry, perfume. Kelsey calling Martin by his first name instead of any parental term, even casually. The two of them traveling together for a father-daughter weekend to wine country that seemed more couple-like than familial. But I convinced myself I was being paranoid, that I should be happy they were bonding. Then, 2 weeks ago, I was searching Martin's home office desk for our tax documents that I needed for an accountant appointment. In the back of his bottom drawer, underneath folders and papers, I found a bundle of letters tied with ribbon. The letters were handwritten by Martin, addressed to "My darling Kelsey," and dated over the past 3 years. The content was explicitly romantic and sexual. Martin wrote about his love for Kelsey, their beautiful secret, how their Thursday evenings together were the highlight of his week, specific sexual encounters they'd shared, and his fantasy of someday being together openly. One letter referenced the first time, when you turned 21 and told me you'd always felt this way too. I felt physically ill reading these letters. Martin, my husband, had been having a sexual relationship with my daughter, his stepdaughter, for 3 years. The family therapy had been a cover story for their affair. Every Thursday evening for 3 years, they'd been together sexually while telling me they were working on their stepfather-stepdaughter relationship with a therapist. I immediately checked whether there actually was a therapist. The name they'd given me, Dr. Sarah Mitchell, didn't exist in any licensing database. The address they'd provided for the therapy office was actually a boutique hotel downtown. There had never been any therapy. For 3 years, every Thursday evening, Martin and Kelsey had been meeting at a hotel for their affair. I confronted Martin with the letters when he came home from work. His face went pale as he realized what I'd found. He initially tried to claim the letters were fiction or therapeutic writing, but when I pressed, he admitted to the affair. He claimed it had just happened, that he and Kelsey had fallen in love, and that they'd never meant to hurt me. When I confronted Kelsey, she was defiant rather than apologetic. She said she and Martin had a real connection, that their relationship was between consenting adults, and that I should accept that Martin loves her now. She showed no remorse for the betrayal, no acknowledgement of how deeply wrong it was to have an affair with her mother's husband. The timeline made everything worse. Martin had initiated the affair when Kelsey was 21, just 3 years after I'd married him. He'd been her stepfather since she was 16, living in our home, in a parental role, holding authority over her as a minor. Even though he'd waited until she was legally an adult, the power dynamic and the grooming implications were undeniable. I filed for divorce immediately. During proceedings, evidence emerged that made the betrayal even more calculated. Martin had been planning the affair for years. He'd taken out a secret apartment lease 2 years ago where he and Kelsey met regularly beyond their Thursday hotel visits. He'd been funding Kelsey's lifestyle, her apartment, her car, expensive purchases, with money from our joint accounts that I'd believed was going to legitimate family expenses. Martin had spent approximately $180,000 of our marital funds over 3 years supporting his affair with my daughter. Money I'd earned, money we'd saved together, had been financing their secret relationship and the hotel rooms where they'd meet weekly. The divorce was swift and brutal. Martin didn't contest it, perhaps because fighting would mean more public exposure of his affair with his stepdaughter. I was awarded the majority of our assets due to his affair and financial deception. Martin moved in with Kelsey immediately after the divorce was finalized. My relationship with Kelsey is destroyed beyond repair. I haven't spoken to her since the confrontation, and I've made clear she is no longer my daughter in any meaningful sense. She made her choice when she decided to have an affair with my husband, her stepfather, and showed no remorse when caught. Martin and Kelsey's relationship has continued openly after our divorce. They now live together and apparently consider themselves a legitimate couple. Some mutual friends and family members have tried to maintain relationships with both them and me, but most people have found the situation too disturbing and have distanced themselves from Martin and Kelsey entirely. The psychological trauma has been devastating. My husband betrayed me with my own daughter. My daughter betrayed me with my husband. The two people who should have been most loyal conducted a 3-year affair while lying to my face and using family therapy as their cover story. Every Thursday evening for 3 years, they were together sexually while I believed they were working on their relationship for our family's benefit. Kelsey's betrayal hurts differently than Martin's. I raised her alone for years after her father died. I worked multiple jobs to provide for her. I sacrificed constantly for her well-being and future, and she repaid that by having an affair with my husband, spending 3 years lying to me, and showing no remorse when discovered. Martin's betrayal is its own unique horror. He married me knowing I had a teenage daughter. He took on a stepfather role, lived in our home with Kelsey as a parental figure, and then pursued a sexual relationship with her just 3 years later. Even if he waited until she was 21, The grooming implications and power dynamic violations are undeniable. I'm in intensive therapy trying to process this betrayal. My therapist has helped me understand that Martin's relationship with Kelsey likely involved grooming, even if the physical affair didn't begin until she was 21. The attention, the special treatment, the boundary violations, these likely started earlier and escalated to the affair once Kelsey reached legal adulthood. I'm 45 years old, divorced, estranged from my only child, and dealing with the trauma of discovering my husband had been sleeping with my daughter for 3 years. The trust violations are so profound that I struggle to maintain any relationships. If my own daughter and husband could betray me this completely, who can I trust? Some people have suggested I should try to reconcile with Kelsey eventually, that she's my daughter and family relationships can heal. But Kelsey chose to have a 3-year affair with my husband, fabricated therapy as a cover story, and expressed no genuine remorse. That's not a forgivable mistake. It's a fundamental betrayal that permanently severed our mother-daughter bond. Martin and Kelsey's relationship likely won't last. Affairs built on betrayal and deception rarely survive in the light of day. But whether they stay together or eventually separate doesn't change what they did to me. They destroyed my marriage, my relationship with my daughter, and my ability to trust family. Those consequences are permanent, regardless of whether their relationship endures. I've changed my will to ensure Kelsey inherits nothing from me. Everything will go to charity upon my death. Kelsey made her choice. She chose Martin over her mother, chose an affair over family loyalty, and showed no remorse. She'll live with those consequences, including financial ones. The most painful aspect is realizing the past 3 years of family therapy were actually cover for their affair. Every time they left for therapy, they were going to hotels. Every time they reported progress, they were mocking me. Every family gathering where they'd exchange private glances, I was the fool who didn't realize my husband and daughter were sleeping together. I'll never fully recover from this betrayal. The psychological wounds from discovering your husband has been having an affair with your daughter, and that both of them lied to you for 3 years while using fake therapy as cover, don't heal completely. I'm rebuilding my life, but I'm doing it without either of them. Some betrayals are so profound, they permanently end relationships, even between mothers and daughters. This is one of them. My teenage son has been drugging me to sneak out and sell my prescription meds. Sleep medication. Those 2 medicinal words became my son Ethan's, 17 male, weapon against me. He wasn't being thoughtful by preparing my nightly tea as he claimed, but was crushing sleeping pills into my drinks to ensure I'd be unconscious for hours while he raided my prescription medications to sell at his school. And I, 44-year-old female, only discovered the drugging when I woke up confused on the kitchen floor at 3 a.m., with EMTs telling me I'd been found unresponsive after taking dangerous levels of sedatives I didn't remember consuming. I've been a single mother to Ethan since his father died when he was 8. I work as a nurse at a regional hospital, and I've always done everything possible to provide Ethan with stability, opportunities, and love. We've had our challenges, typical teenage rebellion, some attitude problems, but I believed we had a strong relationship built on trust and mutual respect. About 10 months ago, I started experiencing mysteriously deep sleep on nights when Ethan would make me tea before bed. He'd started this sweet routine of preparing chamomile tea and bringing it to me while I watched television, saying he wanted to help me relax after long hospital shifts. I was touched by his thoughtfulness and would drink the tea gratefully. On those nights, I'd sleep incredibly deeply, 10 or 12 hours straight, waking up groggy and disoriented. I attributed this to exhaustion from work and appreciated that I was finally getting rest. I'd often wake to find I'd slept through my alarm, sometimes finding myself having fallen asleep in odd positions on the couch or in my chair. I also noticed my prescription medications were disappearing faster than they should. I take several medications for chronic conditions, pain management for a back injury, anxiety medication, and sleep aids for occasional insomnia. I'd refill prescriptions, and they'd be gone within 2 weeks, when they should have lasted a month. I initially thought I was taking them incorrectly or had miscounted. I'd call my pharmacy, asking for early refills, explaining I'd lost pills or spilled bottles. The pharmacy started flagging my account for potential medication misuse, and my doctor became concerned I was developing dependency issues. I insisted I was taking medications as prescribed, but the evidence suggested otherwise. Pills kept disappearing. I'd count carefully, but days later the counts would be wrong. My doctor suggested I might be experiencing memory issues from stress or medication interactions. Then 3 weeks ago, I woke up on my kitchen floor at 3 a.m. to find EMTs standing over me. My neighbor had heard a crash and called 911 after finding my front door partially open and getting no response when she called out. EMTs said I'd been barely conscious when they arrived, showing signs of severe sedative overdose. At the hospital, toxicology tests showed extremely high levels of zolpidem, Ambien, in my system, far beyond what I'd taken. I'd taken one 10-milligram tablet before bed as prescribed, but my blood levels indicated I'd consumed 60 to 80 milligrams, a potentially lethal dose that explained my unresponsiveness. I insisted I'd taken only my prescribed dose, but hospital staff were skeptical, given my pharmacy's flags for early refills and my doctor's concerns about possible dependency. A hospital social worker was consulted about potential substance abuse issues. While hospitalized overnight for observation, I asked hospital security to review footage from my home security camera that monitors my front entrance. I wanted to verify I hadn't left my house during my blackout period, fearing I might have wandered outside in a sedated state. The footage revealed something far more disturbing. At 11:30 p.m., about 90 minutes after I'd drunk Ethan's tea and fallen into deep sleep, Ethan had left our house carrying a backpack. He'd returned at 2:45 a.m., entered quietly, and I could hear him moving through the house. The timestamp matched when my neighbor heard the crash, likely me falling from my chair while heavily sedated. I requested footage from earlier evenings and found a pattern. On nights when Ethan made me tea, he'd leave the house late carrying his backpack and return in the early morning hours. This had happened 12 times over the past 10 months, corresponding exactly with nights I'd experienced unusually deep sleep. When I confronted Ethan after being discharged from the hospital, he initially denied everything. But when I showed him the security footage and told him about my hospitalization for sedative overdose, he broke down and confessed. Ethan admitted he'd been crushing sleeping pills into my tea to ensure I'd be unconscious for hours. While I slept, he'd raid my prescription medications, steal as many pills as possible, then sell them to students at his high school and at parties. He'd been doing this for 10 months, stealing approximately $15,000 worth of prescription medications that he'd sold for about $8,000 profit. Ethan's confession revealed the overdose had been accidental. He'd crushed 4 Ambien tablets into my tea that night, instead of his usual 2, because he'd wanted me to sleep longer while he attended a party. He hadn't realized the dosage was potentially lethal. I reported Ethan to law enforcement for drugging me, theft of prescription medications, and drug distribution. The investigation uncovered systematic drug dealing. Ethan had been selling my pain medications, anxiety pills, and sleep aids to other teenagers for 10 months, creating serious risks for both buyers and for me. When pharmacy patterns suggested medication misuse, police searched Ethan's room and found approximately $3,000 in cash, detailed records of his drug sales, and customer lists with names of teenagers he'd supplied. Several of those teenagers were interviewed and confirmed purchasing prescription medications from Ethan regularly. Ethan was charged as a juvenile with multiple felonies: administering drugs without consent, theft of controlled substances, and distribution of prescription medications to minors. Given the severity, he'd been systematically drugging his own mother and selling her medications to teenagers. Prosecutors sought adult charges for some offenses. Ethan ultimately pled guilty and received a sentence combining juvenile detention, 18 months, and adult probation, 5 years. He was ordered to complete drug counseling and community service, and will have a permanent criminal record that will affect his college and employment prospects. But beyond legal consequences, my relationship with my son is devastated. Ethan had been drugging me for 10 months, crushing sleeping pills into tea I thought was a loving gesture. He deliberately sedated me to unconsciousness so he could steal my medications and sell them. The night of my hospitalization, he'd accidentally given me a nearly lethal dose and had left me alone while he went to a party. My trust in Ethan is destroyed. Every kind gesture from him now feels potentially manipulative. Every time he'd brought me tea and smiled, he'd been planning to drug me unconscious. Every time he'd helped me to bed after I fell asleep in odd positions, he'd known he'd deliberately sedated me to dangerous levels. The theft of my medications had created serious problems. My doctor questioning my compliance, my pharmacy flagging my account, and my legitimate pain management being compromised because Ethan had stolen pills I actually needed. I'd suffered unnecessary pain and had been treated as a potential drug abuser because my teenage son was stealing my medications to sell. Some people have suggested I was too harsh prosecuting my own teenage son, that family issues should be handled privately, that juvenile mistakes shouldn't result in criminal records. But Ethan had been systematically drugging me for 10 months and selling controlled substances to other minors. Those aren't youthful mistakes. They're serious crimes that endangered multiple people. The night Ethan accidentally overdosed me could easily have been fatal. EMTs said if my neighbor hadn't found me when she did, I might have stopped breathing entirely. My 17-year-old son nearly killed me with an accidental overdose while drugging me to steal my medications. I'm 44 years old, a single mother who'd trusted my teenage son completely. I'd thought his nightly tea ritual showed maturity and care. Instead, he was systematically drugging me unconscious, stealing my prescription medications and selling them to other teenagers for profit. That betrayal, the calculated nature of drugging his own mother repeatedly, has destroyed our relationship. Ethan is now in juvenile detention, and I'm left questioning every aspect of our relationship. How could I have raised someone capable of this? What other lies has he told? Can I ever trust him again? These questions haunt me constantly. The 18 months of detention feels simultaneously too harsh and too lenient. He's my son, and I love him. But he drugged me repeatedly and nearly killed me. He stole medications I needed for legitimate medical conditions. He sold controlled substances to other teenagers, potentially harming them. Those actions deserve serious consequences. When Ethan is released, he'll return to a home where trust has been permanently broken. I'll never drink anything he prepares. I'll lock my medications in a safe. I'll question his motives constantly. That's not a parent-child relationship. It's a security arrangement between people who can't trust each other. Ethan chose drug-dealing profits over his mother's safety and health. He looked me in the eyes while handing me drugged tea, watched me drink it, then raided my medications while I lay unconscious. That betrayal, 10 months of systematic drugging and theft, permanently damaged our relationship in ways that detention and counseling can't fully repair. My adult children hired actors to pretend to be my new friends to scam me. Senior Center. Those 2 wholesome words masked my children's cruelest manipulation. My daughter, Rebecca, 38-year-old female, and son, Matthew, 35-year-old male, weren't encouraging my social life as they claimed when I started attending a community center, but had hired actors to befriend me and convince me to invest my $450,000 retirement savings in a fake business opportunity. And I, 62-year-old female, only discovered the scam when one of the friends felt guilty, and confessed the entire scheme to me in tears. After my husband died 3 years ago, I struggled with isolation and loneliness. Rebecca and Matthew seemed concerned about my depression and social withdrawal. They encouraged me to join activities, meet new people, and rebuild my life. When I mentioned interest in a local senior community center, they enthusiastically supported it, even offering to drive me to the first few sessions. At the center, I met wonderful people who seemed to genuinely enjoy my company. Dorothy, 60-year-old female, and I bonded over gardening. Frank, 65-year-old male, shared my love of classic films. Susan, 58-year-old female, had similar experiences with grief and loss. These friendships felt meaningful and authentic, exactly what I needed to overcome my isolation. About 4 months into these friendships, Frank mentioned he was involved in a promising real estate investment opportunity, purchasing and renovating foreclosed properties for resale. He said it was generating excellent returns with minimal risk, and he'd be happy to introduce me to the investment group if I was interested. I was initially hesitant about investing, but Dorothy and Susan both mentioned they'd invested with Frank's group and were seeing substantial returns. They'd show me quarterly statements showing 15 to 20% gains. Frank explained the business model carefully. It seemed legitimate and conservative compared to stock market volatility. Over several weeks, my friends gently encouraged investment without being pushy. They'd mention their own positive experiences, would share stories about properties they'd seen renovated successfully, and would reassure me that the investment group was trustworthy and well managed. Rebecca and Matthew seemed pleased I was building friendships and becoming more financially engaged. When I mentioned considering the real estate investment, they encouraged me to follow my instincts and to enjoy my retirement money rather than letting it sit in the bank. After 2 months of gentle encouragement from my community center friends, I invested $450,000, essentially my entire retirement savings, into Frank's real estate investment group. The paperwork seemed professional, the business plan was detailed, and I trusted people who'd become genuinely important friends over 6 months. For the first 3 months after investing, I received quarterly statements showing healthy returns. Frank, Dorothy, and Susan would congratulate me on my wise investment and would share updates about properties being renovated. Everything seemed legitimate and successful. Then last week, Susan called me crying and asked to meet privately. When we met, she confessed something devastating. She wasn't who I thought she was. Her real name was Amy Patterson. She was a 34-year-old struggling actress, and Rebecca and Matthew had hired her 6 months ago to befriend me and convince me to invest in a fake real estate scheme they'd created. Amy explained that Rebecca and Matthew had recruited several actors, including Frank and Dorothy, to infiltrate the community center specifically to befriend me. They'd been given detailed scripts about my interests, my grief, and my vulnerabilities. They'd been paid to build genuine-seeming friendships and then convince me to invest my retirement savings. The real estate investment group didn't exist. The professional paperwork was fabricated. The quarterly statements showing returns were fake. Rebecca and Matthew had created the entire scheme to steal my retirement savings, using paid actors to manipulate me emotionally and financially. Amy said she'd struggled with guilt increasingly as our friendship developed. She'd been paid $8,000 to befriend me and encourage the investment, but had come to genuinely care about me over 6 months. She couldn't continue the deception after seeing how much the fake friendship meant to me. Amy provided documentation proving everything. Text messages from Rebecca with instructions about what to say to me. Payment records showing she and other actors had been paid thousands for their performances. And the script Rebecca had created, detailing my vulnerabilities and how to exploit them. I confronted Rebecca and Matthew with Amy's evidence. They initially tried to deny everything, but when faced with payment records and text messages, Rebecca admitted to the scheme. She claimed they'd done it because they were concerned I'd waste my retirement money on bad investments and wanted to protect it by taking control themselves. The truth was purely financial greed. Rebecca had significant debt from a failed business venture. Matthew had overextended on a house purchase. They'd decided to steal my retirement savings and had created an elaborate months-long scheme using paid actors to manipulate me into voluntarily handing over my money. I reported Rebecca and Matthew to law enforcement for fraud and conspiracy. The investigation uncovered the full scope of their scheme. They'd paid 4 different actors approximately $30,000 total, had created fake business documents and investment statements, and had already divided my $450,000 between themselves, Rebecca taking $270,000, Matthew taking $180,000. Both were charged with wire fraud, conspiracy, and theft from an elderly person. They pled guilty and received sentences of 4 years, Rebecca, and 3 years, Matthew, in prison, plus restitution orders for the full $450,000. However, they'd already spent significant amounts. Rebecca had paid business debts. Matthew had made house payments and renovations. Actual restitution would be partial and prolonged over many years. But beyond financial loss, the emotional devastation was profound. My children had hired actors to pretend to be my friends. The meaningful relationships I thought I'd built, the gardening conversations with Dorothy, the film discussions with Frank, the grief support from Susan, had all been scripted performances designed to steal my money. Amy's confession and guilt showed she'd developed genuine feelings, but that didn't change that our entire friendship had originated as a paid acting job orchestrated by my children. Every vulnerable moment I'd shared, every time I'd felt grateful for these friendships, I'd been unknowingly performing in a script Rebecca had written. My relationship with Rebecca and Matthew is destroyed beyond any possibility of repair. They'd spent months planning and executing an elaborate scheme to steal my retirement savings. They'd exploited my grief, my loneliness, and my vulnerability. They'd hired strangers to manipulate my emotions and gain my trust for financial fraud. Rebecca and Matthew's own children, my 5 grandchildren, are devastated and confused. They've lost relationships with their parents during incarceration and carry shame about their parents' crimes against their grandmother. I've tried to maintain relationships with my grandchildren, but the situation is complicated by their parents' betrayal. Some family members have suggested I was too harsh, prosecuting my own children, that family financial disputes should be handled privately. But Rebecca and Matthew didn't just take my money. They hired actors to emotionally manipulate me for months, exploited my grief and loneliness, and created fake friendships specifically to steal my retirement security. The 4 years Rebecca and 3 years Matthew will spend in prison feel simultaneously too harsh and too lenient. They're my children, and I raised them, which makes their betrayal even more incomprehensible. But they systematically exploited their widowed mother's vulnerability to steal her life savings. What haunts me most is the calculated cruelty of their method. They could have simply asked for money, or even stolen it directly. Instead, they hired actors to exploit my loneliness, to create friendships designed to manipulate me, to build trust over months, specifically to steal my retirement savings. I'm 62 years old, widowed, with my retirement savings stolen by my own children, who hired actors to befriend me as part of an elaborate fraud. The community center friendships I thought were helping me heal from my husband's death were scripted performances. That betrayal, the weaponization of my grief and loneliness, is worse than the financial loss. Amy's guilt-driven confession saved me from losing additional money and revealed the truth. But it can't restore what was taken. Every friendship now feels potentially false. Every kind gesture seems possibly manipulative. Rebecca and Matthew destroyed not just my retirement security, but my ability to trust human connection. The $450,000 restitution they owe will likely never be fully paid. Rebecca and Matthew will eventually be released from prison, but they'll return to a mother whose trust they destroyed through months of calculated emotional manipulation and fraud. Some betrayals are so profound and cruel they permanently sever family bonds. Hiring actors to exploit your widowed mother's loneliness to steal her retirement savings. That's one of them. My adult children put me in a nursing home and sold everything I owned. Nursing home placement. Those three clinical words masked my children's theft. My daughter, Susan, 39 female, and son, Tom, 36 male, weren't arranging temporary care for my recovery from pneumonia as they claimed, but had used fraudulent guardianship papers to institutionalize me permanently and liquidate my entire estate while I was too sick to resist. And I, 63 female, only discovered the scheme when a social worker noticed I showed no signs of dementia or incapacity that would justify guardianship. I've been a widow for 7 years since my husband died suddenly. I've lived independently, maintained part-time work as a librarian, stayed active in my community, and had no health issues beyond typical aging. Susan and Tom lived nearby, and we had regular contact, though both struggled financially. Susan from a failed business, Tom from gambling problems. 2 months ago, I developed severe pneumonia, requiring hospitalization. I was extremely ill, on ventilator support for 5 days, heavily sedated for a week, and barely conscious for nearly 2 weeks. Susan and Tom visited regularly, seemed concerned and supportive, and I was grateful they were managing things while I recovered. When I finally regained full consciousness after about 3 weeks, hospital staff told me I'd be discharged to my nursing home for continued recovery. I was confused. I'd never agreed to nursing home placement. The social worker explained that my legal guardians had arranged the placement because I needed long-term skilled care. I insisted I had no legal guardians. I was 63, mentally competent, and had never granted anyone guardianship. The social worker showed me court documents appointing Susan as my legal guardian, with Tom as alternate, granted 3 weeks earlier when I'd been sedated and incapacitated. The guardianship petition claimed I had dementia, couldn't manage my affairs, posed danger to myself, and required institutional care. Medical statements attached to the petition described me as confused, disoriented, and incapable of independent living. Descriptions that were false, but had been written when I was heavily sedated from pneumonia. Susan and Tom had exploited my temporary illness to obtain fraudulent guardianship, claiming I was permanently incapacitated when I actually had a treatable acute illness. They'd filed the petition while I was unconscious and unable to contest it. The social worker mentioned my guardians had also arranged sale of my house and belongings to pay for nursing home care. I was horrified. What did she mean they'd sold my house? I demanded to speak with Susan immediately. When she arrived, she seemed nervous and defensive. I asked what she'd done with my house. She claimed they'd been forced to sell it, to pay for my medical care and nursing home costs, that I wouldn't need it anymore, since I'd be in the nursing home permanently, and that they were handling everything in my best interests. The nursing home social worker, suspicious of the guardianship given my clear mental competence, helped me contact legal aid. An attorney reviewed my case and was immediately concerned. I showed absolutely no signs of dementia or permanent incapacity that would justify guardianship. My illness had been acute pneumonia with full expected recovery, not progressive cognitive decline. My attorney filed emergency motions to vacate the guardianship and obtained copies of all actions Susan and Tom had taken as my supposed guardians. What I discovered was systematic theft disguised as guardianship authority. Within the 3 weeks they'd held guardianship, Susan and Tom had sold my house for $340,000, liquidated my retirement accounts totaling $180,000, sold my car, emptied my bank accounts, and sold or donated nearly all my possessions. They'd converted my entire estate, approximately $550,000, to cash that they'd divided between themselves.
The fraudulent guardianship had given them legal authority to liquidate everything I owned. They'd told buyers, banks, and retirement account administrators that they were my legal guardians, managing my affairs due to my incapacity. The transactions were technically legal because they'd obtained court-ordered guardianship, even though that guardianship was based on false medical claims. My attorney discovered that the medical statements supporting the guardianship petition had been deliberately misleading. The doctor who'd written them, a physician Susan had found who'd briefly consulted on my care, had described my sedated, pneumonia-affected state as if it were permanent dementia, rather than temporary illness-related confusion. Susan and Tom had known I'd eventually recover from pneumonia, but they'd rushed to liquidate my assets during the brief window when I was too sick to stop them. They'd planned to keep me in the nursing home indefinitely, using my own money to pay for institutional care while they enjoyed the proceeds from selling everything I owned. The court vacated the guardianship within 2 weeks once medical evidence showed I had no dementia or incapacity, just temporary confusion from severe pneumonia that had fully resolved. I was released from the nursing home immediately and began trying to recover my stolen assets. Susan and Tom were charged with fraud, elder abuse, and theft. The investigation revealed they'd planned this for months. They'd researched guardianship procedures, had identified a compliant doctor willing to write misleading medical statements, and had been waiting for a health crisis that would give them opportunity to file. Both pled guilty. Susan received 6 years in prison. Tom received 5 years. They were ordered to return all proceeds from selling my assets, but they'd already spent or hidden much of the money. Susan had paid business debts. Tom had paid gambling debts and bought a car. The recovery process was devastating. My house had been sold to buyers who'd purchased it legitimately. I couldn't simply reclaim it. My retirement accounts had been liquidated, with substantial tax penalties that I now owed. My possessions, furniture, photos, keepsakes from my marriage, had been sold or donated and couldn't be recovered. I eventually recovered approximately $240,000 of my $550,000 estate through restitution orders and civil judgments. But $310,000 was gone, permanently. Plus I faced tax bills from the retirement account liquidation that Susan and Tom had caused. Beyond financial losses, the psychological violation was profound. My own children had exploited my pneumonia to fraudulently institutionalize me and steal everything I owned. They'd filed legal documents claiming I had dementia, had sold my house and possessions while I was unconscious, and had planned to keep me institutionalized while spending my money. The 3 weeks I'd spent sedated and recovering from pneumonia, time I should have been healing, had been used by my children to systematically dismember my entire life. They'd sold my home, my car, my belongings, everything I'd built over 63 years. My relationship with Susan and Tom is destroyed permanently, obviously. But their betrayal also devastated relationships with my 5 grandchildren, who lost their mother and uncle to prison and learned their parents had committed elder abuse against their grandmother. Some people have suggested the 6 and 5 year sentences were harsh given Susan and Tom's financial desperation. But they committed calculated elder abuse. They'd planned for months, had exploited my medical crisis, had filed fraudulent legal documents, and had stolen over $500,000. Those crimes warranted serious consequences. What disturbs me most is they'd planned this in advance. They weren't responding desperately to unexpected crisis. They'd researched guardianship procedures and had been waiting for a health event that would give them opportunity to execute their scheme. My pneumonia wasn't the cause of their betrayal. It was the opportunity they'd been waiting for. I'm 63 years old, living in a rental apartment with a fraction of my assets, trying to rebuild from children who systematically stole everything I owned during a 3-week window when I was too sick to defend myself. The house I'd lived in for 30 years is gone. The retirement accounts I'd carefully built are depleted. The possessions and keepsakes from my life and marriage are scattered or destroyed. Susan and Tom will serve 5 and 6 years respectively,
then emerge with nothing. They've already spent the money they stole and face ongoing restitution obligations. They sacrificed their freedom, their relationships with their mother and children, and their futures for money they've already lost. The nursing home social worker who noticed my mental competence and questioned the guardianship potentially saved my life. Without her intervention, I might have remained institutionalized indefinitely, while Susan and Tom spent my money and told everyone I was too impaired to live independently. Some family betrayals are so calculated and comprehensive, they destroy all possibility of recovery or forgiveness. Fraudulently obtaining guardianship over your temporarily ill mother to sell everything she owns and institutionalize her permanently. That's one of them. Susan and Tom made their choice when they filed those guardianship papers. The consequences, their imprisonment, my destroyed estate, and our permanently severed relationships, belong to them. My brother has been pretending to be me online to scam money from my friend's identity theft. Those two frightening words became my reality when my brother, Dennis, 41 Unil, wasn't just staying with me temporarily as he claimed after his divorce, but was systematically impersonating me online to scam money from my friends, colleagues, and professional contacts. And I, 46 male, only discovered the fraud when my longtime business partner called asking why I'd asked him for $15,000 for a medical emergency that never happened. Dennis moved into my guest room 8 months ago after his messy divorce left him temporarily homeless and broke. He'd always been the troubled sibling. Multiple failed businesses, gambling problems, 2 bankruptcies, but he was family, and I wanted to help him get back on his feet. I told him he could stay rent-free for a few months while he found work and rebuilt his finances. Dennis seemed genuinely grateful and committed to turning his life around. He'd help around the house, was actively job hunting, and seemed to be attending Gamblers Anonymous meetings regularly. I was proud of him for finally taking responsibility and making positive changes. What I didn't realize was that Dennis had been studying my life meticulously. He'd observed my daily routines, listened to my phone conversations, read my emails when I left my computer unlocked, and had even gone through my files to learn details about my business relationships, friendships, and professional network. About 6 months ago, Dennis created social media accounts and email addresses using variations of my name that looked nearly identical to my real accounts, subtle misspellings or extra characters that weren't immediately obvious. He used photos of me from my actual social media, copied my bio information, and made the fake accounts look completely authentic. Dennis then began contacting people from my life, friends I hadn't spoken to in years, former colleagues, business contacts, even distant family members. He'd send messages claiming to be me, usually with some urgent financial need, a medical emergency, a temporary cash flow problem, an investment opportunity that required quick action, or a family crisis requiring immediate funds. The messages were convincing because Dennis had studied my communication style and had detailed knowledge about my life. He'd reference specific shared memories, mutual friends, or business dealings to establish credibility. He'd create elaborate stories that seemed plausible and urgent. Over 6 months, Dennis scammed approximately $340,000 from over 30 different people in my network. Amounts ranged from $2,000 from old college friends to $45,000 from a wealthy former business client. He'd promised to repay quickly, would sometimes make small initial payments to build trust, then would ask for larger amounts before disappearing. Dennis had payments sent to accounts he controlled, prepaid debit cards, PayPal accounts under fake names, cash pickup services, and cryptocurrency wallets. He was careful to avoid any trail leading back to him or to me directly. I had no idea any of this was happening until my business partner, Robert, called confused and concerned. He said he'd received an email from what appeared to be my personal email address, asking for $15,000 for emergency surgery for my son. Robert was worried. He didn't know I had a son, and the request seemed out of character, but the email looked legitimate. I told Robert I'd sent no such email and had no son. We examined the email address closely and found a subtle misspelling, an extra letter in my name that was easy to miss. Someone was impersonating me online to request money. I immediately began investigating and discovered the fake social media accounts, the fraudulent email addresses, and evidence of numerous financial requests sent to people in my network. I contacted several friends and colleagues Dennis had targeted, and the full scope of his scam became clear. When I confronted Dennis, he initially denied everything. But when I showed him screenshots of the fake accounts, transaction records I'd obtained from victims, and proof he'd been accessing my computer and files, he admitted to the scam. He claimed he'd been desperate and had planned to repay everyone once he got back on his feet financially. Dennis had been living in my home, eating my food, using my resources, while simultaneously destroying my reputation and relationships by scamming hundreds of thousands of dollars from people who trusted me. People who'd sent money believed they were helping me during emergencies, not funding my brother's gambling debts and lifestyle. I reported Dennis to law enforcement for identity theft, fraud, and wire fraud. The investigation revealed the full extent of his scam. Over 30 victims, $340,000 stolen, and systematic impersonation across multiple platforms over 6 months. Dennis was arrested and charged with multiple felonies. Dennis pled guilty and received 7 years in prison, plus restitution orders for the full $340,000. However, he'd already gambled away most of the money and had no assets. Actual restitution to his victims would be minimal and prolonged over decades. But the damage to my reputation and relationships was devastating and immediate. Friends who'd sent money to help me during fake emergencies felt betrayed and foolish. Business contacts questioned my integrity and wondered if I'd been involved in the scam. Some people actually believed I'd orchestrated the fraud and was blaming my brother to avoid responsibility. I've spent thousands of hours and significant money trying to repair my reputation, personally apologizing to every victim, helping them file police reports, assisting with fraud claims where possible, and trying to rebuild trust that Dennis destroyed. Some relationships have recovered, but many remain permanently damaged or ended. My professional reputation suffered particularly severe damage. Colleagues and clients who were scammed or who heard about the scam through professional networks now question my judgment and character. I've lost business opportunities and professional relationships that took decades to build. My relationship with Dennis is destroyed beyond repair. He lived in my home while systematically destroying my reputation and scamming my friends and colleagues. He exploited my generosity and family loyalty to commit identity theft and fraud that stole over $300,000 from people who trusted me. Dennis's ex-wife and children, my nieces and nephew, are mortified and have apologized repeatedly, though they're not responsible for his crimes. My relationship with them has survived but is strained by association with Dennis's fraud. Some family members have suggested I was too harsh prosecuting Dennis, that I should have handled it privately and helped him make restitution without criminal charges. But Dennis committed serious felonies that harmed dozens of people and destroyed my reputation. Those crimes warranted prosecution regardless of family bonds. The 7 years Dennis will spend in prison feel simultaneously too much and too little. Yes, he's my brother, and incarceration is devastating, but he systematically impersonated me, stole $340,000 from my friends and colleagues, and destroyed relationships and reputation I'd built over decades. Those consequences are permanent, even if his prison sentence isn't. What hurts most is the calculated nature of Dennis's fraud. He didn't just steal. He studied my life meticulously to make his impersonation convincing. He observed my routines, learned my communication style, researched my relationships, and used that knowledge to scam people who trusted me. That level of deliberate, sustained betrayal while living in my home is beyond forgiveness. I'm 46 years old, professionally damaged, and dealing with the aftermath of my brother's $340,000 identity theft scam. Some of the victims were close friends who'll never fully trust me again. Some were professional contacts whose business I've permanently lost. Dennis didn't just steal money. He stole my reputation, my relationships, and the trust people had in me. Those losses are permanent, regardless of legal outcomes. The $340,000 restitution Dennis owes will never be fully paid. He'll make minimal court-ordered payments for years while I continue dealing with the reputational damage he caused. But prosecution was necessary. Identity theft and systematic fraud affecting dozens of victims can't be handled privately, even when the perpetrator is your brother. Dennis chose to exploit family loyalty and my generosity to commit identity theft while living in my home. He made that choice knowing it would destroy my reputation and relationships. He felt no guilt as long as the scam money kept flowing to fund his gambling. That betrayal, choosing fraud over family integrity, permanently severed our relationship. Some family bonds, once broken by calculated, sustained betrayal, can never be repaired. This is one of them. My daughter convinced my elderly mother I was abusing her to steal her inheritance power of attorney. Those 3 legal words became my daughter, Amber's, 29 female, weapon to steal from my mother. She wasn't providing caring support to my 81-year-old mother, Ruth, as she claimed during frequent visits, but was systematically convincing her that I, 51 female, was financially abusing her and coercing her to change her will and grant Amber power of attorney. And I only discovered the manipulation when my mother's attorney called me concerned about suspicious changes to her estate documents. My mother Ruth has moderate dementia that's been progressively worsening over the past 3 years. She still lives independently with daily caregiver assistance, but her memory and judgment are significantly impaired. I've been her primary caregiver coordinator, managing her finances, medical appointments, and ensuring she receives proper support. Amber has always had a distant relationship with her grandmother, visiting perhaps twice yearly and calling occasionally. But about 8 months ago, Amber suddenly became extremely attentive, visiting Ruth 3 or 4 times weekly, bringing meals, staying for hours, and seemingly developing a close relationship. I was pleased Amber was finally connecting with her grandmother. Ruth seemed to enjoy the visits, though she'd sometimes confuse Amber with me or with other family members due to her dementia. I encouraged the relationship, believing it was positive for both of them. During this period, I noticed Ruth became increasingly cold toward me. She'd make accusations that I was taking her money or trying to steal from her. When I'd visit, she'd sometimes refuse to see me, or would become agitated and defensive about her finances. I attributed this to dementia-related paranoia and confusion. Ruth's attorney, Mr. Henderson, called me 3 weeks ago expressing serious concerns. Ruth had contacted him multiple times, requesting changes to her will and estate planning. She wanted to disinherit me completely, grant full power of attorney to Amber, and transfer significant assets to Amber immediately. Mr. Henderson said Ruth's requests were accompanied by allegations that I'd been stealing from her, controlling her life, and isolating her from family. However, Ruth's allegations seemed scripted and rehearsed, and she'd referenced specific incidents that Mr. Henderson's investigation showed had never occurred. Mr. Henderson's concern was that someone might be coaching Ruth, exploiting her dementia to manipulate her into making estate changes that didn't reflect her true wishes or best interests. I was shocked and devastated by Ruth's allegations against me. I'd never stolen from her. In fact, as her financial manager, I'd been meticulously maintaining her accounts and ensuring all her needs were met. I invited Mr. Henderson to audit all of Ruth's financial records, which showed proper management with no improper transfers or spending. Mr. Henderson suggested we might want to evaluate whether someone was influencing Ruth inappropriately. He noted that the sudden appearance of a previously distant family member, Amber, coinciding with these dramatic estate change requests, was concerning. I began investigating Amber's visits with Ruth. I reviewed security camera footage from Ruth's building and noticed that Amber's visits often lasted 3 to 4 hours, and Ruth would seem confused and agitated after Amber left. I also noticed Amber had been visiting when Ruth's caregiver was off duty, ensuring there were no witnesses to their conversations. I asked Ruth's caregiver if she'd noticed anything concerning. She mentioned that Ruth had been increasingly talking about how ungrateful I was and how I was just waiting for her to die to get her money. The caregiver said these comments had started around the time Amber's frequent visits began. I decided to install a small audio recording device in Ruth's living room, legal in our state with consent of the homeowner, which Ruth had previously granted for security purposes. What the recordings captured over the following week was devastating. Amber was systematically coaching Ruth during visits, repeatedly telling her that I was stealing from her, that I'd been taking money from her accounts, that I was planning to put her in a nursing home to take control of her assets. Amber would repeat these allegations over and over, exploiting Ruth's memory problems to make her believe these false accusations. In one particularly disturbing recording, Amber said, "Grandma, remember we talked about this? Your daughter has been stealing from you for years. You need to protect yourself by giving me power of attorney and changing your will. I'm the only one you can trust. She's trying to steal your entire estate." Ruth, confused and vulnerable, would respond, "Did she steal from me? I don't remember." And Amber would reply, "Yes, Grandma. She stole $50,000 last year. Remember? You told me about it. That's why you need to change your will right away before she takes everything." The recordings showed Amber had been engaging in systematic elder abuse, exploiting Ruth's dementia to implant false memories and manipulate her into changing her estate documents in Amber's favor. I provided the recordings to Mr. Henderson and to Adult Protective Services. The evidence of elder abuse and financial exploitation was clear. Amber had been deliberately manipulating her elderly, dementia-affected grandmother to steal inheritance that should have been mine as Ruth's daughter and primary caregiver. Adult Protective Services investigated and found that Amber had already begun accessing Ruth's accounts using a limited power of attorney Ruth had granted. Amber had transferred $85,000 from Ruth's accounts to her own accounts, claiming these were gifts Ruth had wanted to give her. Law enforcement charged Amber with elder financial abuse, fraud, and undue influence over a vulnerable adult. The recordings of Amber systematically lying to Ruth and exploiting her dementia to manipulate estate planning were powerful evidence of criminal exploitation. Amber was convicted and received 5 years in prison, plus restitution orders for the $85,000 she'd stolen, and for the emotional distress and legal costs her fraud had caused. All of Ruth's estate documents that Amber had influenced were voided, and I was granted formal guardianship to protect Ruth from further exploitation. But the damage to my relationship with my mother is profound and heartbreaking. Ruth still sometimes believes Amber's implanted false memories about me stealing from her. Her dementia makes it difficult to undo the months of manipulation. Even with Amber in prison, Ruth occasionally becomes agitated and accuses me of theft that never happened. My relationship with Amber is destroyed permanently. My own daughter exploited her elderly grandmother's dementia to steal inheritance, was willing to completely destroy her mother's relationship with her grandmother through false abuse allegations, and showed no remorse until facing prison time. Amber's younger brother, my son, 26 Unale, has cut all contact with his sister, horrified by her exploitation of their grandmother and betrayal of their mother. He testified against Amber during her trial, providing additional evidence of her financial problems and statements she'd made about getting what she deserved from Grandma's estate. Some family members have suggested I was too harsh prosecuting my own daughter, that family financial disputes should be handled privately. But Amber committed serious elder abuse against a vulnerable person with dementia. She deliberately manipulated her grandmother's impaired cognition for financial gain. Those crimes warranted prosecution, regardless of our relationship. What hurts most is that Amber exploited the most vulnerable aspects of Ruth's dementia, her memory problems and susceptibility to suggestion, to turn her against her own daughter. The false memories Amber implanted about me stealing from Ruth may never be fully erased, meaning Ruth might spend her final years believing her daughter betrayed her, when the opposite was true. Ruth is now 81, with worsening dementia, under my guardianship, receiving professional care. But her final years are shadowed by Amber's manipulation. Sometimes Ruth looks at me with suspicion and fear because of the false memories Amber implanted. I can't fully restore Ruth's trust because her dementia makes her unable to consistently remember the truth. I'm 51 years old, serving as guardian for my mother whose relationship with me was poisoned by my daughter's systematic manipulation. I've lost my relationship with Amber, who chose inheritance theft over family integrity. The 5 years Amber will spend in prison feel inadequate, given the permanent damage she caused to Ruth's final years and to our mother-daughter relationship. The $85,000 Amber stole will be returned through restitution, but no amount compensates for the time Ruth spent believing her daughter was abusing her, or for the permanent confusion and distrust Amber's manipulation created. Financial recovery doesn't restore Ruth's peace of mind or repair the relationship damage. Amber saw her grandmother's dementia not as a tragic illness requiring compassion, but as an opportunity for exploitation. She was willing to destroy her mother's relationship with her grandmother, to steal from a vulnerable elderly person, and to implant false memories of abuse in a confused mind, all for $85,000 and potential inheritance. That calculated cruelty, exploiting dementia for financial gain while destroying family relationships, reveals someone fundamentally lacking in empathy or moral boundaries. Amber is my daughter, but she became someone capable of elder abuse without apparent conscience. That transformation, or revelation of her true character, is devastating to accept. The recordings of Amber repeatedly lying to confused Ruth, exploiting her memory problems to implant false accusations against me, showed systematic psychological abuse. Amber would patiently repeat lies until Ruth, confused and vulnerable, would begin to believe them. That level of calculated manipulation of a dementia patient is beyond ordinary theft. It's profound psychological exploitation. Some betrayals permanently sever family bonds. Exploiting your grandmother's dementia to steal inheritance while destroying your mother's relationship with her. That's one of them. Amber made her choice when she started those manipulative visits 8 months ago. The consequences, her imprisonment, destroyed family relationships, and permanent stain on her character, belong entirely to her. My daughter has been blackmailing me for years using deep-fake videos of me. Anonymous email. Those 2 ominous words began my nightmare. My daughter, Cassidy, 28 years female, wasn't building her video editing career as she claimed when asking for expensive software and equipment over the years, but had been creating deep-fake pornographic videos using my face, and had been blackmailing me with threats to release them publicly unless I paid her $5,000 monthly. And I, 52 years female, only discovered the truth when the blackmail escalated to $10,000 per month, and I hired a private investigator who traced the anonymous email threats directly to Cassidy's computer. I've been a high school principal for 15 years, a respected position in our conservative community. My professional reputation is essential. Scandals involving school administrators can end careers instantly. I'm also a widow. My husband died 6 years ago, leaving me to finish raising Cassidy alone. 3 years ago, I received an anonymous email containing what appeared to be explicit video of me engaged in sexual acts. The video looked horrifyingly real. My face was clearly visible, my voice sounded accurate, and the footage appeared genuine. The email demanded $5,000 monthly deposited to a cryptocurrency wallet, or the videos would be sent to my school board, colleagues, and posted publicly online. I was terrified and confused. I'd never participated in anything remotely like what the videos showed, but they looked authentic enough that I feared no one would believe my denials. In my position, even defending against false pornographic allegations could destroy my career and reputation. I paid the first $5,000 demand, believing I had no choice. The blackmailer sent more videos over subsequent months, each one showing me in increasingly graphic situations that I knew I'd never participated in, but couldn't explain how they existed. The monthly payments continued for 3 years. I paid $5,000 every month. $180,000 total over 36 months, living in constant fear that the videos would be released despite my payments. The blackmailer's emails were always anonymous, untraceable, and threatening. During this period, Cassidy asked for financial help multiple times. She claimed to be building a career in video editing and graphic design, needed expensive computer equipment and software, and said she was taking on freelance projects. I gave her approximately $30,000 over 3 years for equipment and living expenses, believing I was supporting her career development. 6 months ago, the blackmailer escalated demands to $10,000 monthly. The email claimed my cooperation had been noted, but that maintaining silence required increased payment. I couldn't continue paying. I'd depleted my savings, had taken loans, and couldn't sustain $120,000 annual blackmail payments on my principal's salary. I finally decided to fight back rather than continue paying indefinitely. I hired a private investigator and a cybersecurity expert to trace the blackmail emails and identify the person behind them. The investigation took 3 months and cost $15,000, but it revealed something I never imagined. The blackmail emails, the cryptocurrency wallet, and the video uploads all traced back to Cassidy's home computer and devices. My own daughter had been blackmailing me for 3 years, using sophisticated deepfake videos she'd created using artificial intelligence software and video editing tools. Deepfake technology can create convincing videos showing people doing or saying things they never did. Cassidy had used my photos and videos from social media and family archives to train AI algorithms, then had created pornographic videos with my face seamlessly imposed on other people's bodies. The private investigator found over 40 deepfake videos Cassidy had created showing me in various explicit scenarios. She'd been steadily improving her technical skills over the years, which explained why recent videos looked more convincing than earlier ones. When confronted with the evidence, Cassidy initially denied everything. But when shown proof that the blackmail originated from her devices, her IP address, and her cryptocurrency accounts, she broke down and admitted to the scheme. Cassidy claimed she'd started it as just getting what I deserved, since she felt I hadn't financially supported her enough after her father died. She said she'd seen deepfake technology discussed online, had learned the techniques, and had realized she could use it to extract money from me. She'd rationalized the blackmail as not really hurting me. I still had my job and reputation. I was just paying money, which she claimed I could afford. She showed no genuine remorse beyond regret at being caught, and seemed to feel entitled to the $180,000 she'd extorted because of perceived past grievances. I reported Cassidy to law enforcement for extortion, fraud, and cybercrime. Federal investigators became involved, given the interstate nature of cryptocurrency transactions and the sophistication of the technical crimes. Cassidy was charged with multiple federal felonies: extortion, wire fraud, identity theft, creating fake pornographic content using my likeness, and computer crimes. The evidence was overwhelming. Forensic analysis of her devices revealed all the deepfake videos, blackmail emails, and cryptocurrency accounts. She pled guilty and received 7 years in federal prison. The judge emphasized the particularly manipulative nature of her crimes, using advanced technology to extort her own mother for 3 years, creating fake pornography using her mother's face, and showing no genuine remorse. Restitution orders require Cassidy to repay the $180,000 she extorted, though she has no assets and will likely make minimal payments for decades. The money I paid her is effectively lost, beyond the small amounts she might repay from prison wages. But financial loss is secondary to the psychological devastation. My own daughter spent 3 years systematically blackmailing me using fake pornographic videos. She watched me struggle financially while paying her thousands monthly. She created dozens of deep-fake videos showing my face on pornographic content and threatened to destroy my career and reputation. Every time Cassidy asked for money for equipment or career development, she was actually funding the tools she used to blackmail me. I gave her $30,000, believing I was supporting her video editing career. I was actually funding the technology she used to create fake pornography and extort me. The deepfake videos Cassidy created still exist. While law enforcement seized her copies, she'd made backups that were never recovered. I live with constant fear that those videos could still be released by someone who obtained copies before the seizure. My professional reputation remains intact only because the blackmail was discovered before videos were released publicly. But I've had to disclose the situation to my school board to protect against potential future blackmail attempts. The humiliation of explaining that my daughter created fake pornography of me and extorted $180,000 was devastating. My relationship with Cassidy is destroyed permanently. She's my only child, and she spent 3 years conducting sophisticated cybercrime against me while I believed I was supporting her career. That level of calculated betrayal, using advanced technology to extort and terrorize your own mother, is beyond forgiveness. Some people have suggested 7 years is excessive punishment for a crime where no real pornography was created, just deep fakes. But Cassidy committed serious extortion over 3 years, stole $180,000, created non-consensual fake pornography using my identity, and showed no remorse. Deep fake pornography, while technically fake, creates real reputational harm and real trauma. The technology Cassidy used will likely become more sophisticated and accessible. My case represents an emerging form of cybercrime, where deepfake technology enables blackmail and extortion that was previously impossible. Cassidy pioneered this technique against her own mother for financial gain. What disturbs me most is the sustained calculation required. Creating convincing deepfake videos takes significant time and technical skill. Cassidy invested hundreds of hours learning the technology, gathering my photos and videos, training AI algorithms, and perfecting the deepfakes, all to extort her mother. Every blackmail email, every threat to destroy my career, every demand for payment, all came from Cassidy, while she simultaneously played the struggling daughter, asking for financial support. She'd email blackmail threats in the evening, then call me the next day asking for money for equipment, knowing I was depleting my savings paying her blackmail demands. I'm 52 years old, a school principal living in fear that deep-fake pornography my daughter created might still be released. I paid $180,000 in blackmail over 3 years to my own child. I gave her an additional $30,000, thinking I was supporting her career when I was actually funding the tools she used to extort me. Cassidy will serve 7 years in federal prison, then face decades of restitution payments and permanent status as a convicted extortionist and cybercriminal. She sacrificed her freedom, our relationship, and her future for $180,000 she's already spent and must now repay. The deepfake videos she created are evidence in a federal case and are sealed. But I live with knowledge that somewhere, copies might exist that could still destroy my reputation. Cassidy gave me a permanent vulnerability. the threat that fake pornography bearing my face could surface at any time. Some family betrayals utilize cutting-edge technology to inflict unprecedented harm. Using deepfake AI to create fake pornography of your mother, then extorting her for 3 years while simultaneously asking for financial support. That's one of them. Cassidy made her choice when she created the first deepfake video. The consequences, her imprisonment, our destroyed relationship, and my permanent vulnerability, belong to her. My ex-wife has been poisoning our daughter against me with years of fabricated abuse, parental alienation. Those two devastating words describe my ex-wife, Monica's 42-year-old female. Systematic campaign. She wasn't protecting our daughter, Lily, 17-year-old female, from difficult truths about our divorce as she claimed, but had spent 8 years deliberately fabricating stories of abuse, manipulation, and neglect to turn Lily against me, and I, 45-year-old male, only discovered the lies when Lily's therapist contacted me, concerned about the inconsistencies in Lily's recovered memories that couldn't possibly have occurred. Monica and I divorced 8 years ago when Lily was 9. The divorce was difficult but not particularly acrimonious. We disagreed about finances and future plans, but there was no abuse, no infidelity, no dramatic betrayals. We agreed to joint custody, and initially, Lily split time between our homes relatively smoothly. But over the following years, Lily became increasingly distant and hostile toward me. She'd resist visitation, would be cold and uncommunicative during our time together, and would make vague accusations about me being mean or controlling, without specific examples. I attributed this to normal divorce adjustment and teenage rebellion. Monica seemed sympathetic to my struggles with Lily, claiming she tried to encourage positive feelings, but that Lily was developing her own opinions. Monica would say things like, "I can't force her to want to see you," or, "She's old enough to have her own feelings about the divorce." As Lily entered her teenage years, her hostility intensified. She'd refuse visitation entirely, would block my phone number, and would tell the court-appointed mediator she felt unsafe around me. When pressed for specifics, she'd make vague claims about me yelling or being emotionally abusive, but couldn't provide concrete examples. Last month, Lily's school counselor referred her to a therapist after Lily disclosed experiencing depression and anxiety related to childhood trauma. The therapist, Dr. Sarah Chen, conducted several sessions before becoming concerned about inconsistencies in Lily's accounts. Lily told Dr. Chen detailed stories about abuse I'd supposedly inflicted, specific incidents of verbal abuse, emotional manipulation, and controlling behavior. But Dr. Chen noticed the stories contained factual impossibilities, events supposedly occurring at locations we'd never lived, references to family members who didn't exist, and timelines that contradicted documented facts. Dr. Chen, following ethical protocols, contacted me to verify some of Lily's disclosures. She couldn't reveal everything due to confidentiality, but she expressed concern that Lily appeared to have implanted memories of events that couldn't have occurred. Dr. Chen suggested I provide documentation of our family history, addresses, timelines, family structure, to help her assess the accuracy of Lily's memories. When I provided this information, Dr. Chen's concerns intensified. Lily's abuse stories included impossible details that proved they were fabricated rather than real memories. Dr. Chen eventually shared, with appropriate releases, that Lily had described abuse occurring at the Blue House on Maple Street where we lived when I was 7. But we'd never lived on Maple Street or in a Blue House. Lily described incidents involving my grandmother who lived with us, but no grandmother had ever lived with us. The stories were detailed and emotionally compelling, but factually impossible. Dr. Chen suspected parental alienation, that Monica had been systematically implanting false memories of abuse in Lily over many years, slowly building a fictional narrative of my abusive behavior that Lily had come to believe was real. I was devastated, but also relieved. Lily's increasing hostility finally had an explanation beyond normal teenage behavior. Monica had been deliberately poisoning our relationship through fabricated abuse stories that Lily believed were real memories. I hired attorneys and requested a forensic psychological evaluation. The evaluator, experienced in parental alienation cases, interviewed both Lily and Monica extensively, reviewed all documentation, and ultimately concluded that Monica had engaged in severe and sustained parental alienation, including implantation of false memories of abuse. The evaluator's report detailed how Monica had systematically coached Lily over 8 years, had gradually introduced false narratives about my behavior, had encouraged Lily to remember abuse that never occurred, and had reinforced these false memories until Lily genuinely believed them. The impossibilities in Lily's stories, wrong locations, non-existent family members, impossible timelines, proved the memories were implanted rather than real. Monica's motivation appeared to be revenge for the divorce and desire for full control of Lily. By convincing Lily I was abusive, Monica ensured Lily would resist visitation, would side with Monica in all disputes, and would eventually refuse contact with me entirely. The damage to my relationship with Lily is profound. She genuinely believes I abused her because Monica spent 8 years carefully constructing false memories. Telling Lily the truth, that her memories are fabricated, feels like another betrayal, invalidating her experiences, even though those experiences never actually happened. I filed for modification of custody and for sanctions against Monica for parental alienation. The court appointed a guardian ad litem for Lily and ordered reunification therapy with a specialist in parental alienation. The legal proceedings were painful. Lily testified that she remembered abuse clearly and believed her mother was protecting her. Monica claims she'd simply been supporting Lily's disclosure of abuse rather than implanting memories. But the forensic evidence, impossible details, coached language, systematic pattern, proved Monica's deliberate alienation. The court found Monica had engaged in severe parental alienation constituting psychological abuse of the child, and modified custody to my primary care, with Monica receiving only therapeutic supervised visitation. The judge emphasized that teaching a child to believe false abuse memories was itself a form of abuse. Monica was also ordered to pay $78,000 in my legal fees, required to complete parenting classes focused on parental alienation, and warned that future alienation could result in complete loss of custody. But legal victory doesn't repair the damage. Lily, now 17, is angry and confused. She believes her memories of abuse are real because they feel real. Monica's 8 years of careful coaching created false memories that Lily experiences as genuine. Telling her these memories are fabricated feels like gaslighting, even though it's the truth. Reunification therapy is slowly helping Lily understand what happened, but it's a delicate process. The therapist must help Lily recognize false memories without invalidating her emotional experience of believing them. It's painful, and may take years to fully repair our relationship. My relationship with Monica is destroyed beyond repair, but that's secondary to the damage she caused Lily. Monica's alienation campaign didn't just harm me. It psychologically abused Lily by teaching her to believe false trauma, by coaching her to fear her father without cause, and by robbing her of 8 years of healthy relationship with her parent. The court's finding of parental alienation validated what I'd suspected but couldn't prove for years. But validation doesn't restore lost time, or easily reverse 8 years of systematic coaching. Lily missed 8 years of normal father-daughter relationship because Monica valued revenge over Lily's well-being. Some people have questioned whether custody modification to my primary care is appropriate, given Lily's stated preference to live with Monica. But Lily's preference was based on false beliefs Monica deliberately implanted. Following preferences based on fabricated abuse would reward Monica's alienation campaign. What Monica did to Lily, teaching her to believe she was abused when she wasn't, is a unique form of psychological abuse. Lily will spend years in therapy untangling real memories from false ones Monica implanted. That confusion about her own memories and her own past is trauma Monica deliberately created. I'm 45 years old, with primary custody of a 17-year-old daughter who believes I abused her because her mother spent 8 years coaching false memories. Reunification is possible, but difficult. Every positive interaction must overcome years of Monica's programming telling Lily to fear and hate me. Monica will likely never acknowledge what she did. In her mind, she supported Lily's disclosures rather than creating them. She'll maintain she believed Lily's abuse stories, even though the forensic evidence proves Monica systematically implanted those stories over years. The 8 years of Lily's childhood that Monica stole through alienation can never be recovered. The father-daughter relationship we should have had during Lily's childhood and early adolescence was destroyed by Monica's deliberate campaign. That time is permanently lost. Parental alienation through implanted false abuse memories is among the most damaging betrayals possible. Monica didn't just turn Lily against me. She taught Lily to believe she'd been traumatized by events that never happened. That theft of Lily's genuine memories and replacement with coached false trauma is abuse Monica committed against our daughter. Some family betrayals harm multiple victims simultaneously. Monica's alienation campaign hurt me by destroying my relationship with Lily, but it also hurt Lily by filling her mind with false trauma and robbing her of a healthy father-daughter relationship. Monica sacrificed Lily's psychological well-being for revenge against me. That choice, prioritizing revenge over our daughter's mental health, is the ultimate parental betrayal, and it's unforgivable. My husband secretly donated my embryos to another couple without my consent. Fertility clinic. Those 2 hopeful words revealed my husband, Marcus's 48-year male, unforgivable violation. He wasn't supporting my decision to delay having more children as he claimed, after we'd stored embryos from IVF, but had secretly signed consent forms donating our 5 remaining embryos to another couple without my knowledge, and I, 44-year-old female, only discovered the betrayal when I contacted the clinic about using our embryos and learned they'd been donated per both partners' written consent 2 years earlier, consent I never provided. Marcus and I have been married for 19 years with 1 daughter, Isabel, 14-year-old female. We'd struggled with infertility for years before Isabel's birth via IVF. During that process, we created 8 embryos. We used 3 for Isabel's successful pregnancy and stored the remaining 5 embryos for potential future children. After Isabel's birth, Marcus became increasingly resistant to having more children. He'd say 1 child was enough, that we were getting older, that we should focus on the daughter we had. I'd always imagined having at least 2 children, but I agreed to wait and revisit the decision when Isabel was older. The stored embryos represented potential children, our genetic children, Isabel's potential siblings. They were frozen and preserved at the fertility clinic, costing us $800 annually in storage fees. For 14 years, those embryos remained stored, while Marcus and I periodically discussed whether to use them. About 3 years ago, Marcus became more insistent about moving on from the possibility of more children. He'd mention the storage fees as wasted money, would suggest we were too old to have another baby, and would say Isabel deserved our undivided attention. He'd periodically bring up what we should do with the embryos, in vague terms. I'd made clear I wasn't ready to make permanent decisions about embryos that represented potential children. I said as long as I remained physically capable of pregnancy, I wanted the option available. Marcus seemed to reluctantly accept this, though he'd occasionally express frustration about the ongoing costs. 2 months ago, Isabel expressed deep desire for a sibling. She'd always been somewhat lonely as an only child, and had begun asking if we'd consider using our stored embryos. At 44, I was approaching the upper limits of safe pregnancy, but medical evaluation showed I was still healthy enough to potentially carry another child. I called the fertility clinic to discuss beginning the process of preparing for embryo transfer. The clinic coordinator seemed confused when I explained what I wanted, then put me on hold for several minutes. When the coordinator returned, she explained there must be some miscommunication. Our embryos were no longer in storage. According to their records, both Marcus and I had signed consent forms 2 years earlier, donating all 5 remaining embryos to another couple who'd been matched through their donor program. I was stunned. I'd never signed any donation consent forms. I'd never agreed to donate our embryos. The coordinator insisted their records showed signatures from both partners authorizing the donation, and that the embryos had been transferred to the recipient couple 18 months ago. I demanded to see the consent forms. When the clinic provided copies, I saw a signature that looked similar to mine but wasn't. Someone had forged my signature on documents donating our embryos without my knowledge or consent. I immediately suspected Marcus. I confronted him that evening, and his reaction, guilty silence before defensive anger, confirmed my suspicion. He eventually admitted he'd forged my signature on the donation consent forms and had lied to the clinic about having my agreement. Marcus claimed he'd done it for us, that he knew I'd never agree to donate or destroy the embryos, but that maintaining false hope about more children was preventing us from moving on with our lives. He said the embryos were becoming an obsession for me, and that donating them was necessary to force closure. His justifications were hollow and infuriating. Marcus had made a unilateral decision about embryos that were half mine genetically, had forged my legal signature, had lied to medical professionals, and had stolen my reproductive choice. Our 5 embryos, potential children, Isabel's potential siblings, had been given away without my consent. The clinic was horrified when I explained the signature was forged and I'd never consented. They acknowledged serious security and verification failures. They should have confirmed consent independently from each partner, rather than accepting forms signed together. They offered profuse apologies, but explained that the embryos had already been used. The recipient couple had achieved successful pregnancy and had delivered healthy twins 18 months ago. 2 children, my genetic children, Isabel's genetic siblings, existed in the world because of Marcus's forged consent. Another couple was raising my biological children, and I'd had no knowledge or choice in this outcome. I reported Marcus to law enforcement for fraud, forgery, and reproductive coercion. I also sued the fertility clinic for negligence in accepting forged consent and failing to verify authorization independently. Marcus was charged with multiple felonies related to forging legal documents and making fraudulent medical decisions. The legal proceedings revealed Marcus had planned this carefully. He'd researched the clinic's consent procedures, had identified weaknesses in their verification process, and had practiced forging my signature before submitting the documents. He deliberately exploited security gaps to donate our embryos without my knowledge. Marcus pled guilty and received 3 years in prison for forgery and fraud. The judge emphasized the particular violation of reproductive autonomy, that Marcus had made irreversible decisions about potential children without his wife's consent, effectively ending her possibility of using their embryos. The fertility clinic settled my lawsuit for $2.4 million, acknowledging their catastrophic failure to verify consent independently and their role in allowing my embryos to be donated through forged authorization. They've since completely overhauled their consent verification procedures. But no settlement compensates for what was taken. 5 embryos, potential children I might have had, were given to strangers without my knowledge. 2 of those embryos became living children that I'll never know. My reproductive choices were stolen by my husband's forgery. My relationship with Marcus is destroyed permanently. He violated my reproductive autonomy in the most fundamental way possible. He made irreversible decisions about potential children, forged my legal signature, and showed no genuine remorse beyond regret at being caught. Isabel is devastated, understanding at 14 that she might have had siblings, but her father gave away the embryos without her mother's consent. Her relationship with Marcus is severely damaged. She struggles with knowing she has genetic siblings being raised by another family. The recipient couple who received our embryos and had twins was not complicit in the fraud. They'd participated in legitimate donor programs through the clinic and had no knowledge the donation consent was forged. They're now raising my genetic children, and there's no legal mechanism to undo the situation. I've had no contact with the family raising my genetic children. It would be inappropriate and potentially harmful to intrude on their lives. But knowing 2 of my biological children exist somewhere, being raised by strangers because my husband forged my signature, is a wound that will never fully heal. What Marcus stole wasn't just embryos. It was reproductive choice, potential children, and Isabel's potential siblings. His decision to forge consent and donate embryos he knew I wasn't willing to release was the ultimate violation of bodily autonomy and reproductive rights. Some people have suggested 3 years imprisonment is harsh for what Marcus characterizes as a family planning disagreement. But Marcus committed serious crimes: forgery of legal documents, fraud, and reproductive coercion. He made irreversible medical decisions using forged authorization. Those crimes warranted prosecution. Marcus claimed he acted for our family, but he acted for himself. He didn't want more children and decided to eliminate that possibility without my consent. He valued his preference over my reproductive autonomy and forged legal documents to force his will. I'm 44 years old, divorced, no longer able to use embryos that were donated through fraud. The $2.4 million settlement from the clinic provides financial compensation, but can't restore what was stolen. Somewhere, 2 children with my DNA are being raised by another family because my husband forged my signature. Isabel will grow up knowing she has genetic siblings she'll likely never meet, created from embryos her father gave away without her mother's consent. That knowledge, that her father's crime resulted in siblings she can't know, is a complex grief she'll carry for life. Marcus will serve 3 years, then live with the consequences of his crime: destroyed marriage, damaged relationship with Isabel, and the knowledge that he violated his wife's reproductive autonomy so profoundly that criminal prosecution was warranted. The clinic's $2.4 million settlement acknowledges their failure to protect patients from reproductive coercion through forged consent. Their improved verification procedures may prevent future violations, but that doesn't restore my stolen choices or the embryos Marcus gave away. Some violations are so fundamental to bodily autonomy and reproductive rights that they permanently sever relationships. Forging your wife's signature to donate embryos she explicitly wanted to keep, making irreversible decisions about potential children without consent, that's one of them. Marcus made his choice when he forged those documents. The consequences, his imprisonment, our destroyed marriage, and children that exist because of his fraud, belong to him. My husband secretly took out life insurance on me, then started poisoning my food. Health decline. Those 2 ominous words masked my husband Gerald's, 49 Yale, murder plot. He wasn't being supportive during my mysterious illness, as he claimed, but had taken out a $2 million life insurance policy on me and was slowly poisoning me with antifreeze in my morning coffee. And I, 46-year-old female, only discovered the attempted murder when my sister, a toxicology nurse, recognized my symptoms as classic ethylene glycol poisoning and ordered emergency testing that saved my life. Gerald and I have been married for 19 years with 2 teenage children. Our marriage had always been stable, if not passionate. We'd settled into comfortable routines, divided responsibilities efficiently, and maintained a functional partnership raising our kids. Gerald worked in pharmaceutical sales while I managed our household and worked part-time as a real estate agent. About 7 months ago, I started experiencing strange health problems. I'd wake up feeling nauseous and dizzy, particularly after drinking my morning coffee that Gerald would prepare and bring to me in bed. A sweet routine he'd started around the time my symptoms began. I'd developed persistent headaches, vision problems, and increasing fatigue that doctors couldn't explain. My primary care physician ran extensive tests, but found nothing definitive. My symptoms suggested possible neurological issues, autoimmune disorders, or metabolic problems, but test results were inconclusive. I saw multiple specialists, neurologists, endocrinologists, rheumatologists, none of whom could identify a clear diagnosis. Gerald seemed incredibly concerned and supportive throughout my health crisis. He'd attend medical appointments with me, would research my symptoms online, and would suggest potential diagnoses for doctors to investigate. He'd bring me special teas and smoothies he claimed would help with my symptoms, always making sure I stayed hydrated and nourished. My condition progressively worsened over months. I'd have episodes of severe nausea and confusion. My kidney function tests started showing abnormalities. I lost weight, felt constantly exhausted, and began having trouble concentrating. Doctors discussed the possibility of early onset dementia, or a rare degenerative condition. During this health crisis, I noticed Gerald had become obsessed with our finances. He'd mention life insurance frequently, saying we needed to ensure our children would be financially secure if anything happened. He'd had me sign various financial documents during periods when I was particularly ill and foggy, claiming they were routine account updates. Then, 3 weeks ago, my sister, Paula, 43-year-old female, who works as a toxicology nurse, visited and was shocked by my appearance and symptoms. I described my condition, the morning nausea, the dizziness, the vision problems, the kidney issues, and Paula's expression changed to alarm. She said my symptoms were classic for ethylene glycol poisoning, antifreeze poisoning. She'd seen cases in the ER where people had been poisoned, either accidentally or deliberately, and my symptom pattern matched exactly. Kidney damage, neurological issues, gastrointestinal distress, and the timing correlating with consumption of something, my morning coffee. Paula insisted I go to the hospital immediately for specific toxicology testing. At the ER, blood and urine tests confirmed Paula's suspicion. I had elevated levels of ethylene glycol metabolites in my system, consistent with chronic low-dose poisoning over several months. I was hospitalized immediately for treatment with fomepizole and dialysis to prevent permanent kidney damage and potentially fatal complications. The medical team asked how I could have been exposed to antifreeze regularly, and the horrifying realization emerged. Gerald had been poisoning my morning coffee. Police were contacted and began investigating. They searched our home and found a bottle of antifreeze with a small funnel hidden in Gerald's workshop. Testing of the coffee maker residue showed trace amounts of ethylene glycol. Gerald had been adding small amounts of antifreeze to my coffee every morning for approximately 7 months, slowly poisoning me. The investigation also uncovered that Gerald had taken out a $2 million life insurance policy on me 5 months before my symptoms started, without my knowledge, using a forged signature. He'd been planning my murder systematically. Secure life insurance, begin poisoning, ensure my death appeared to be from natural causes or mysterious illness. Gerald's motivation was purely financial. He'd accumulated massive gambling debts, approximately $340,000, that I knew nothing about. He'd been secretly borrowing against our home, taking cash advances on credit cards, and was facing potential bankruptcy. The $2 million life insurance payout would have cleared his debts and provided financial security. Gerald had literally been trying to murder me slowly to collect life insurance money to pay gambling debts. He'd watched me deteriorate over 7 months, had attended doctor appointments while knowing exactly why I was sick, and had continued poisoning me daily while pretending concern and support. Gerald was arrested and charged with attempted murder, insurance fraud, forgery, and multiple other felonies. The evidence was overwhelming. The forged insurance policy, the antifreeze with his fingerprints, the toxicology results, and his documented gambling debts providing clear motive. Gerald initially tried to claim the antifreeze in his workshop was for automotive use, and that I must have accidentally contaminated my own coffee. But the small funnel, the placement in a locked cabinet, and the systematic pattern of my poisoning undermined his defense completely. Gerald pled guilty to avoid trial and received a 25-year prison sentence for attempted murder. The judge noted the particularly calculating nature of his crime, systematically poisoning his wife over 7 months while maintaining the pretense of a concerned husband, as justifying the lengthy sentence. But legal justice doesn't reverse the damage. I suffered permanent kidney damage from 7 months of ethylene glycol poisoning. I'll require ongoing monitoring and possibly dialysis eventually. My neurological symptoms have mostly resolved, but doctors say there may be subtle, permanent cognitive effects from prolonged poisoning. My relationship with Gerald is obviously destroyed. My husband of 19 years had been literally trying to murder me for insurance money. He'd brought me poisoned coffee every morning with a smile, had watched me suffer through unexplained illness, and had continued poisoning me even as my health deteriorated dangerously. Our teenage children, daughter, 17-year-old female, and son, 15-year-old male, are devastated and traumatized. They've lost their father to prison for attempting to murder their mother. They're in intensive therapy, processing the horror that their father tried to kill me, that every loving gesture during my illness was part of a murder plot. Some extended family members have struggled to accept what Gerald did. His parents initially insisted there must be a misunderstanding, that Gerald would never attempt murder. Even when confronted with overwhelming evidence, they've struggled to reconcile their son with someone capable of systematic poisoning. What haunts me most is the calculated patience of Gerald's attempt. He didn't act impulsively. He planned for months, secured forged life insurance, then began poisoning me slowly enough that my death would appear to be from natural, mysterious causes. He attended doctor appointments, researched symptoms with me, and maintained the role of concerned husband while deliberately causing my illness. The morning coffee ritual that I'd found sweet and caring was actually the method of my attempted murder. Every morning for 7 months, Gerald would bring me poisoned coffee, kiss me, tell me he hoped I'd feel better, then watch me drink it, knowing he was slowly killing me. That level of sustained deception and cruelty is incomprehensible. I'm 46 years old, divorced, with permanent kidney damage from 7 months of antifreeze poisoning by my husband. I survived only because my sister happened to have specialized toxicology knowledge that made her recognize my symptoms. Without Paula's intervention, I'd likely be dead within weeks or months, and Gerald would have collected $2 million while mourning his mysteriously ill wife. The $2 million insurance policy was canceled, and the issuing company is investigating how Gerald obtained it with a forged signature. I filed civil suits against both Gerald and the insurance company for damages, but no financial recovery can compensate for 7 months of being slowly poisoned by someone who vowed to love and protect me. Gerald will serve 25 years, likely being released in his 70s if he survives prison. He sacrificed everything, his freedom, his family, his children's well-being, attempting to murder me for insurance money to pay gambling debts. Those consequences are permanent and deserved. I'll never fully recover psychologically from learning my husband tried to murder me. Every loving gesture during my illness is now recontextualized as part of his murder plot. Every moment of concern was performance while he continued poisoning me. That betrayal, 19 years of marriage ending with attempted murder, has fundamentally altered how I view trust, love, and human capacity for evil. Some betrayals are so profound and calculated that they permanently destroy all possibility of forgiveness or reconciliation. Systematically poisoning your spouse for 7 months to collect life insurance. That's one of them.
Gerald made his choice when he first added antifreeze to my coffee. The consequences, his 25-year sentence, his destroyed relationship with his children, and my permanent physical and psychological damage, are the price of that choice. My in-laws secretly transferred my marital home into my husband's name. Only property deed. Those 2 legal words revealed my in-laws' calculated theft. My mother-in-law, Patricia, 68 female, and father-in-law, Robert, 71 female, weren't helping us with estate planning paperwork as they claimed during a family dinner, but were having me unknowingly sign documents that transferred my 50% ownership of our marital home, worth $850,000, solely to my husband, Craig, 47 female, and I, 45 female, only discovered the fraud when I tried to refinance our mortgage and learned I was no longer listed as a property owner. Craig and I have been married for 22 years with 3 children. We purchased our home together 15 years ago, both our names on the deed, both contributing to the down payment and mortgage payments. The house appreciated significantly, now worth $850,000, with approximately $300,000 in equity. My relationship with Craig's parents has always been cordial, but somewhat distant. Patricia is controlling and traditional, often making comments about my career and suggesting I should focus more on homemaking. Robert tends to defer to Patricia's opinions and decisions. They're heavily involved in Craig's life, calling him daily and visiting frequently. About 8 months ago, during a family dinner at Patricia and Robert's house, Patricia mentioned they'd been working with their estate attorney to update their wills and trusts. She said their attorney had recommended we also review our estate planning to ensure proper asset protection and inheritance planning for our children. Patricia presented a stack of documents she said were standard estate planning paperwork their attorney had prepared for us as a courtesy: power of attorney updates, beneficiary designation forms, and property documentation to ensure smooth transfer to our children if anything happened to us. The atmosphere was casual and familial. Patricia served dinner while explaining the documents. Robert made jokes about lawyers and paperwork, and Craig seemed unconcerned, signing papers while discussing sports with his father. I trusted my in-laws and signed where Patricia indicated, not reading the dense legal language carefully. Patricia assured us the documents were just formalities to protect our children's inheritance and to ensure assets could pass efficiently without probate complications. She said their attorney had prepared everything properly, and we just needed signatures to finalize the estate planning. I thought nothing more of it until last month when I contacted our bank about refinancing our mortgage to take advantage of lower interest rates. The loan officer reviewed our property records and informed me that I wasn't listed as an owner. The deed showed only Craig's name, with ownership having been transferred 8 months ago. I was confused and insisted there must be administrative error. The loan officer showed me the recorded deed transfer documents from 8 months prior, coinciding exactly with the estate planning dinner at Patricia and Robert's house. The transfer showed I'd quit-claimed my 50% ownership interest to Craig, relinquishing all property rights. I'd signed documents that I believed were estate planning paperwork, but were actually deed transfer forms giving Craig sole ownership of our marital home. Patricia and Robert had deliberately misrepresented the documents, had created a casual family dinner atmosphere to lower my vigilance, and had orchestrated the transfer of my $425,000 equity in our home without my informed consent. When I confronted Craig, he initially seemed confused, then admitted he'd known what the documents actually were. Patricia had convinced him that having the house solely in his name would protect it from potential liability from my real estate business, and would ensure it passed to their grandchildren, rather than potentially being divided if we ever divorced. Craig claimed he'd been uncomfortable with the deception, but had deferred to his parents' judgment and their attorney's supposed expertise. He said he'd planned to tell me eventually, but had been waiting for the right time,
and had hoped I'd never notice since we weren't planning to sell or refinance. The truth was, Patricia had been planning this for years. She'd never approved of me, resented that I had career ambitions beyond homemaking, and wanted to ensure that marital assets were controlled by her son, rather than jointly owned with me. The estate planning pretext was a deliberate scheme to defraud me of my property rights. I consulted with my own attorney, who confirmed the deed transfer was legally fraudulent. I'd signed under false pretenses, believing I was signing estate planning documents rather than property transfer forms. My attorney filed to void the transfer based on fraud and lack of informed consent. The legal battle revealed the full extent of Patricia and Robert's scheme. They'd paid their estate attorney $8,000 to prepare documents that appeared to be estate planning paperwork, but were actually deed transfers. The attorney had known the documents were being misrepresented and had participated in the fraud for payment. Patricia testified that she'd done this to protect family assets and to ensure her grandchildren's inheritance wasn't diluted by divorce if Craig and I ever separated. She showed no remorse for the fraud, insisting she'd been protecting her son's interests and that I should be grateful for their estate planning help. The court voided the deed transfer, restoring my 50% ownership. Patricia and Robert were ordered to pay my legal fees, approximately $45,000, and their estate attorney faced disciplinary action from the state bar for participating in property fraud. But the damage extended far beyond legal resolution. Patricia and Robert's fraud destroyed my trust in them completely and severely damaged my marriage to Craig. He'd known about the deception and had participated in it, allowing his parents to defraud me of $425,000 in property equity while claiming it was for our benefit. Craig insisted he'd been manipulated by his parents and hadn't fully understood the implications. But he'd known I was signing deed transfer documents while believing they were estate planning forms. That's knowing participation in fraud, regardless of parental pressure. I demanded Craig choose between supporting his parents' fraud or supporting his wife. He struggled with this ultimatum, ultimately telling me I was making too big a deal of something that didn't really affect me since we're staying married anyway. His minimization of his parents' fraud and his inability to prioritize our marriage over parental loyalty made clear where his true allegiances lay. I filed for divorce. The fraud had revealed that Craig would side with his parents over me, even when they'd committed serious legal violations against me. During divorce proceedings, the voided deed transfer and Craig's participation in his parents' fraud worked strongly in my favor for asset division. Patricia and Robert's scheme had the opposite of its intended effect. Rather than protecting assets for their son, their fraud triggered divorce proceedings where I received 60% of marital assets, including a larger share of the home equity they'd tried to steal, due to Craig's participation in fraud against me. Craig is now 47, divorced, with a severely damaged relationship with his children, ages 19, 17, and 14, who were appalled that their father had participated in defrauding their mother. His relationship with Patricia and Robert continues, but they destroyed his marriage and family in their attempt to control assets. I'm 45, divorced, with $510,000 from the home sale plus other assets from divorce settlement, significantly more than the $425,000 Patricia and Robert tried to steal from me. But financial recovery doesn't erase the violation of having trusted in-laws commit fraud against me, with my husband's knowledge and participation. What disturbs me most is the calculated nature of Patricia and Robert's fraud. They'd planned for months, had paid an attorney to create fraudulent documents, had orchestrated a casual family dinner specifically to lower my guard, and had deliberately misrepresented legal documents to steal my property rights. That level of premeditation shows moral bankruptcy I can't comprehend. Craig's participation, knowing what the documents were while watching me sign them, believing they were estate planning forms, is the ultimate betrayal. He chose loyalty to his parents over honesty with his wife, chose protecting their fraud scheme over protecting me, and only admitted the truth when I discovered it independently. Some people have questioned whether divorce was proportionate to what happened, suggesting couples should work through family conflicts. But Craig participated in fraud that transferred $425,000 of my assets without my informed consent, then minimized the violation when discovered. That's not a conflict to work through. It's fundamental betrayal of marital partnership. Patricia and Robert will likely never acknowledge wrongdoing. In their view, they were protecting family assets, and I'm ungrateful for questioning their methods. The $45,000 in legal fees they were ordered to pay is small consequence for attempting to steal $425,000 through fraud. The estate attorney who participated in the scheme received a 1-year suspension of his law license and permanent ethics violation on his record. Creating fraudulent documents and knowingly participating in property fraud violated every professional standard, though his punishment feels inadequate given his role in the scheme. I'm rebuilding life independently, financially secure from divorce settlement, and relieved to be free from a family structure where my in-laws felt entitled to commit fraud against me and my husband would participate. Patricia, Robert, and Craig made their choices when they signed those fraudulent documents. The consequences: destroyed marriage, damaged family relationships, legal sanctions, belong to them. My sister has been stealing from my business for 6 years as my accountant. Financial audit. Those 2 routine words revealed my sister, Claudia's, 40 female, most devastating betrayal. She wasn't managing my company's finances with the dedication she claimed as my trusted accountant, but had been systematically embezzling funds through fake vendors and inflated expenses for 6 years, and I, 48-year-old male, only discovered the theft when the IRS flagged suspicious deductions during a random audit that uncovered $670,000 in fraudulent transactions. I started my construction company 12 years ago, building it from a one-man operation into a successful business with 40 employees and annual revenue of $8 million. 6 years ago, when the company's growth required professional financial management, I hired Claudia as my accountant and bookkeeper. Claudia had been struggling financially after her divorce, and I wanted to help family while filling a genuine business need. She had a degree in accounting and several years of experience, so hiring her seemed mutually beneficial. I offered her a generous salary, $75,000 annually, and gave her complete control over accounts payable, payroll, and financial record-keeping. Claudia seemed dedicated and competent. She'd work long hours, handled tax filings flawlessly, managed vendor relationships efficiently, and kept detailed financial records. I trusted her completely and rarely questioned her financial decisions or reviewed detailed transaction records. She was my sister, and she'd never given me reason to doubt her integrity. The business remained profitable and grew steadily. I reinvested earnings into equipment, staff, and expansion. Claudia would occasionally mention that profit margins were tighter than expected given our revenue growth, but attributed this to rising material costs, insurance increases, and other standard business expenses. I accepted her explanations without deeper investigation. Then, 8 months ago, the IRS selected my company for a random audit. The auditor requested detailed documentation for all business expenses over the previous 3 years. Claudia seemed unusually anxious about the audit, saying she'd never been through one before and was worried about making mistakes in documentation. During the audit, the IRS examiner found numerous suspicious expense claims, payments to vendors I'd never heard of, inflated invoices for materials, duplicate payments for the same services, and expense categories that seemed inconsistent with construction business operations. The auditor asked me to verify several specific vendors and expense claims. I'd never heard of most of them. Premier Construction Supply had supposedly received $83,000 over 2 years, but I'd never authorized orders from them. Elite Equipment Rental had billed $47,000 for machinery rentals I didn't recall. Professional Services Group had charged $92,000 for consulting I'd never requested. I asked Claudia about these vendors, and she became defensive. She said they were legitimate business expenses she'd authorized, that I couldn't be expected to approve every vendor relationship personally, and that questioning her financial decisions showed I didn't trust her. But the IRS auditor was persistent. She requested bank account information for these vendors to verify legitimate business activity. The investigation revealed that all the suspicious vendors were fake, shell companies with bank accounts controlled by Claudia. She'd been creating fictitious vendors, generating fake invoices, and paying those invoices with company funds that went directly to accounts she controlled. Over 6 years, Claudia had embezzled approximately $670,000 through this scheme. She'd create fake vendor invoices monthly, process payments through the company's accounting system, and transfer funds to her personal accounts. She'd covered her tracks by maintaining detailed but entirely fraudulent records. The IRS audit also revealed inflated expense claims, legitimate vendor invoices that Claudia had altered to show higher amounts, pocketing the difference. A $5,000 material order would be recorded as $7,000, with the extra $2,000 going to Claudia. These smaller thefts added another $130,000 to her total embezzlement over 6 years. When confronted with bank records and evidence of the fake vendors, Claudia initially claimed she'd been helping the company by deferring taxes through creative accounting. But when the IRS examiner explained that creating fake vendors and embezzling funds was criminal fraud, not tax strategy, Claudia broke down and admitted to the theft. Claudia confessed she'd been stealing from the company since shortly after I hired her. She'd started with small amounts, then escalated as she realized I wasn't scrutinizing financial records closely. She'd used the stolen money to maintain her lifestyle after divorce, purchase a home, fund vacations, and support her 2 teenage children. She claimed she'd planned to pay it back eventually, but had kept taking more as her personal expenses increased. She said she'd felt entitled to the money because I was successful and didn't need it, while she was struggling as a single mother. I reported Claudia to law enforcement for embezzlement and fraud. The investigation confirmed systematic theft. She'd created 17 fake vendor identities over 6 years, had generated hundreds of fraudulent invoices, and had stolen approximately $800,000 total when including inflated expense schemes. Claudia was charged with multiple felonies and pled guilty. She received 8 years in prison, plus restitution orders for $800,000. However, she'd already spent most of the money on her mortgage, her children's private school tuition, vacations, and general living expenses. Actual restitution would be minimal. The financial damage to my business was severe and immediate. The IRS disallowed all the fraudulent expense deductions Claudia had claimed, resulting in $240,000 in back taxes, penalties, and interest I had to pay. My company's financial records were chaos, requiring expensive forensic accounting to rebuild accurate books. Insurance covered only a fraction of the embezzlement losses. I had to take business loans to cover the tax liability and lost working capital. The company that had been growing steadily for 12 years suddenly faced financial crisis because my sister had been stealing $130,000 annually. My relationship with Claudia is destroyed permanently. She'd been my trusted financial manager for 6 years while systematically stealing from the business I'd built. She'd exploited family trust and the access I'd given her to embezzle $800,000 while claiming to be helping the company grow. Claudia's children, my teenage niece and nephew, lost their mother to prison and discovered she'd funded their private school and comfortable lifestyle with money stolen from their uncle. They're devastated and living with their father while dealing with shame about their mother's crimes. Some family members have blamed me for prosecuting Claudia, saying I should have handled it privately and allowed her to make restitution without criminal charges. But she committed serious felonies that nearly destroyed my business. Those crimes warranted prosecution regardless of family bonds. What hurts most is the systematic nature of Claudia's theft. This wasn't a desperate one-time mistake. It was 6 years of deliberate, calculated embezzlement. She created fake companies, generated hundreds of fraudulent invoices, and stole from me monthly while I trusted her completely as both sister and accountant. Claudia would sit at family dinners, would celebrate holidays with us, would thank me for giving her a chance with the accounting job, all while stealing over $10,000 monthly from my business. That level of sustained deception while maintaining family relationships shows a moral bankruptcy I can't comprehend or forgive. I'm 48 years old, dealing with $240,000 in IRS penalties, and struggling to rebuild business finances after 6 years of systematic embezzlement by my sister. The company survived, but is significantly weakened. I had to lay off employees, delay expansion plans, and take expensive loans to cover losses Claudia caused. The 8 years Claudia will spend in prison and the $800,000 restitution she'll never fully pay feel like inadequate consequences for nearly destroying my business. But prosecution was necessary. Embezzlement of this scale can't be handled privately, even when the thief is your sister. Claudia chose to steal from family rather than live within her means. She exploited my trust and the position I'd given her to commit systematic fraud for 6 years. She felt entitled to my money because I was successful while she was struggling, as if that justified theft. That betrayal permanently severed our relationship. I hired Claudia because she was family and needed help. She repaid that generosity by creating fake vendors and stealing $800,000 over 6 years while pretending to manage my finances professionally. Some family betrayals are so calculated and sustained that they permanently end relationships. This is one of them. The financial recovery will take years. The broken trust won't recover at all. Claudia destroyed both when she decided her entitlement to comfortable living outweighed loyalty to the brother who'd given her opportunity and trust. Those consequences, for both of us, are permanent. My son and his wife have been renting out my home as an Airbnb while I'm at work. Keys to my house. Those 4 trusting words became my son, Brandon's, 32-year-old male, access to betray me. He wasn't stopping by occasionally to check on things as he claimed after I gave him spare keys, but was running an illegal Airbnb operation in my home while I worked 12-hour nursing shifts. And I, 54-year-old female, only discovered the rental scheme when I came home sick from work early and found strangers living in my house who'd paid Brandon $2,800 for a luxury week-long stay. I've been a single mother to Brandon since his father left when he was 3. I worked multiple jobs to provide for him, eventually becoming a registered nurse with stable income. 5 years ago, I purchased my first home, a modest 3-bedroom house in a desirable neighborhood near downtown. It was my pride and accomplishment after years of struggle. Brandon married Chelsea, 29-year-old female, 3 years ago. They've struggled financially. Brandon works sporadically in construction. Chelsea has student loan debt from an unfinished degree, and they've been living in a small apartment they can barely afford. I've helped them financially numerous times, paying their rent twice and covering emergency expenses. About 18 months ago, Brandon asked if he could have spare keys to my house. He said he wanted to be able to check on things when I worked long shifts, could water plants, collect mail, and handle any issues that might arise. It seemed thoughtful, and I trusted him completely. I gave him a full set of keys without hesitation. Brandon started visiting my house more frequently, supposedly to handle maintenance tasks. He'd mentioned fixing a leaky faucet, cleaning gutters, or organizing my garage. I'd come home to find things rearranged or cleaned, and I appreciated what I thought was his helpful attention. What I didn't realize was that Brandon and Chelsea had turned my home into an illegal short-term rental property. While I worked 12-hour hospital shifts, typically 3 or 4 days per week, they'd rent out my house on Airbnb and VRBO to tourists and business travelers. Last week, I left work at noon, feeling severely ill with what turned out to be food poisoning. I drove home planning to rest, and when I unlocked my front door, I found a couple in their 30s sitting on my couch watching my television. They looked as shocked to see me as I was to see them. The couple explained they'd rented this beautiful home through Airbnb for a week-long stay, paying $2,800 to the host, Brandon M. They'd checked in the previous day and had been told they'd have the entire house to themselves for their vacation. I was stunned. I told them this was my home, that I lived here, and that Brandon was my son who had no authority to rent it. They showed me their Airbnb reservation confirmation with photos of my house, detailed descriptions of amenities, and Brandon's profile as host with over 50 positive reviews. I asked them to leave immediately and began investigating. I searched Airbnb and VRBO for my address and found active listings on both platforms. Brandon had listed my house as luxury downtown home, perfect for tourists and business travelers, with professional photos, detailed descriptions, and rates of $350 to $450 per night, depending on season. Brandon's Airbnb profile showed he'd hosted over 120 stays at my address over the past 18 months, with dozens of glowing reviews praising the beautiful home and great location. He'd been systematically renting out my house whenever I worked, earning approximately $140,000 over those 18 months. When I confronted Brandon, he initially tried to deny it, then claimed he'd been planning to tell me and share the income. But investigation revealed Brandon and Chelsea had been keeping all the rental income, had lied about their visits to my house, and had been coordinating guest check-ins around my work schedule for over a year. The scheme required elaborate coordination. Brandon would track my work schedule, would time guest arrivals for when I'd be at the hospital, and would rush over to clean and reset the house between guests. He'd installed a smart lock that I hadn't noticed, allowing him to provide guests temporary access codes without needing to meet them with keys. Brandon had also been rifling through my personal belongings. Guests had been sleeping in my bed, using my bathroom, eating food from my refrigerator, and accessing my entire home. He'd find and hide personal items, medications, and private documents before guests arrived. The financial implications were staggering. Brandon had earned approximately $140,000 renting my house without permission, hadn't paid a cent in taxes on this income, and had exposed me to massive liability if guests had been injured on my property or damaged anything. I reported Brandon to law enforcement for fraud, trespassing, and operating an illegal rental business. I also reported him to Airbnb and VRBO for fraudulently listing property he didn't own. Both platforms immediately removed his listings and suspended his accounts. The investigation revealed Brandon had been defrauding the rental platforms as well. He'd claimed to own or have authorization to rent my property, had collected income that platforms processed believing he was the legitimate property owner, and had violated multiple terms of service. Brandon was charged with multiple felonies, including fraud, identity theft, using my property without authorization, and tax evasion, failing to report $140,000 in income. He pled guilty and received 4 years in prison, plus restitution orders for the rental income he'd stolen. Chelsea, who'd participated in coordinating bookings and managing guest communications, was charged as an accomplice and received 2 years in prison. Both face additional civil liability from the rental platforms and potential IRS penalties for unreported income. But beyond legal consequences, the violation was profound and personal. Brandon had been secretly allowing strangers into my home for 18 months. Strangers had slept in my bed, used my bathroom, gone through my belongings, and accessed my private space, all without my knowledge while Brandon profited. I had to replace my mattress, deep clean my entire house, change all locks, and deal with the psychological violation of knowing my home had been used this way. Items were missing or damaged: books, kitchenware, electronics. that guests had apparently taken or broken. Brandon had been covering up damage and replacing items when necessary to avoid detection. The $140,000 Brandon stole wasn't just rental income. It was my home equity and privacy he'd monetized without consent. Restitution orders mean I'll eventually recover some money, but financial compensation doesn't restore the violation of having strangers living in my private space. My relationship with Brandon is destroyed, permanently. He exploited my trust, my spare keys, and my work schedule to run an illegal rental business in my home. He allowed over 120 groups of strangers into my house over 18 months while I believed he was helping with maintenance. Brandon's defense was that he'd been desperate financially and saw my house as unused space while I worked. But my house wasn't unused. It was my private home, my sanctuary after difficult hospital shifts, my personal space that Brandon violated repeatedly for profit. Some people have suggested 4 years imprisonment is harsh for what Brandon characterizes as creative problem-solving for his financial problems. But Brandon committed serious crimes: fraud, running illegal commercial operation, tax evasion, and violated my home repeatedly for profit. What disturbs me most is the calculated, sustained nature of Brandon's scheme. This wasn't a desperate one-time violation. It was 18 months of systematic exploitation. Every time he visited to check on things, he was actually preparing my house for guests or cleaning up after them. Brandon would call me at work asking about my schedule, claiming he wanted to time his helpful visits. He was actually coordinating guest bookings around my shifts. Every thoughtful question about my work schedule was actually planning for rental operations. I'm 54 years old, living in a home that was violated repeatedly by my son who rented it to strangers for profit. I've replaced my mattress, locks, and many personal items. I've deep cleaned obsessively, but still feel the violation of knowing 120-plus groups of strangers lived in my space. Brandon will serve 4 years, then emerge with a felony record that will make legitimate employment difficult. Chelsea will serve 2 years, also with permanent criminal record. They destroyed their relationships with me, their future employment prospects, and their freedom, all for $140,000 they've already spent. The IRS is pursuing additional penalties for $140,000 in unreported rental income. Brandon and Chelsea face tax bills they'll spend decades repaying. Their financial desperation that motivated the crime has been exponentially worsened by the consequences. I gave Brandon keys to my house because I trusted him and wanted to help. He used that trust to run an illegal business in my home, allowed strangers into my private space, and profited for 18 months while I worked hospital shifts completely unaware. That betrayal, exploiting maternal trust for criminal profit, permanently severed our relationship. Some family betrayals are so calculated and sustained they can never be forgiven. Running an illegal Airbnb in your mother's home for 18 months, allowing 120-plus groups of strangers into her private space, profiting $140,000 while she worked to support herself. That's one of them. Brandon made his choice when he created those rental listings. The consequences, imprisonment, destroyed relationship, lifetime of debt, belonged to him. My spouse and best friend planned my death to be together and split my assets. Hiking accident. Those 2 tragic words nearly became the cover story for my murder. My wife, Valerie, 41-unit female, and my best friend of 20 years, Keith, 43-unale, weren't planning a surprise party for my upcoming birthday as their secretive behavior suggested, but were plotting to kill me during a remote hiking trip so they could be together and inherit my $2.8 million estate. And I, 44-unit male, only discovered the murder plot when I found detailed planning documents Keith had accidentally left in my car after borrowing it. Valerie and I have been married for 16 years with 1 daughter, 14-unit female. Keith has been my closest friend since college. He was best man at my wedding, his godfather to my daughter, and has been a constant presence in our lives. I trusted both of them completely and never questioned their loyalty. About 6 months ago, I noticed Valerie and Keith spending more time together. They'd have long phone conversations, would meet for coffee to plan my surprise birthday party, and seemed to have private jokes and shared secrets. I thought nothing of it beyond mild amusement that they were working so hard on what was presumably a surprise celebration. Keith had recently gone through a difficult divorce and had been staying in our guest room occasionally when he felt lonely. Valerie would comfort him, would include him in family dinners, and would encourage me to support him through his emotional struggles. Their closeness seemed like natural compassion for someone going through hardship. During this period, Valerie started suggesting we take a challenging hiking trip to a remote mountain area for my 45th birthday. She said it would be meaningful, just the two of us reconnecting in nature, away from work stress and daily routines. The location she suggested was famously difficult terrain with limited cell service and few other hikers. Keith enthusiastically supported the hiking trip idea, offering to research routes and help with logistics. He'd bring over maps and gear recommendations, would discuss trail conditions with Valerie when I wasn't around, and seemed invested in ensuring the trip would be perfect and memorable. Then, 3 days ago, Keith borrowed my car to run errands while his was being serviced. When he returned it, I found a manila folder he'd left on the passenger seat. Inside were printed documents that made my blood run cold. The folder contained detailed plans for my murder, disguised as a hiking accident. There were annotated trail maps showing a specific cliff area marked accident location. There were research printouts about how long bodies take to be discovered in remote wilderness. There were insurance policy summaries showing I had $2 million in life insurance, plus substantial investment accounts. Most chilling was a timeline document. Day 1. Arrive at trailhead. Hike to remote campsite. Day 2. Early morning hike to cliff overlook. Create accident during photo opportunity. Ensure fall is fatal. Day 3. Report accident to authorities after discovering body. The document included discussion of how to explain the delay in reporting. Searching for him after he didn't return to camp. There were also printouts of messages between Valerie and Keith discussing their future together after I was dead. They'd apparently been having an affair for 8 months and had decided they wanted to be together permanently. Rather than divorce, which would mean splitting assets and potentially contentious custody of our daughter, they'd decided murder would be simpler and more profitable. The documents included financial calculations. If I died accidentally, Valerie would inherit my entire estate without tax implications. Keith could provide grief support, and eventually they'd marry, and my daughter would be raised by her mother and her beloved godfather, without the trauma of divorce. I was physically ill reading these documents. My wife and best friend, the two people I trusted most, had been planning my murder for months. The hiking trip Valerie had been pushing wasn't a romantic birthday celebration. It was the setting for my planned death. I immediately photographed all the documents and contacted law enforcement. Detectives took the evidence seriously, given the detailed planning and clear murder intent. They coordinated with me to wear a wire during a confrontation with Valerie and Keith. That evening, I told Valerie and Keith, who was conveniently at our house, helping finalize birthday plans, that I'd found Keith's folder. The conversation I recorded was damning. Initial denials, then Valerie crying and admitting the affair but claiming the murder plan was just fantasy. Then Keith eventually admitting they'd been seriously planning it but insisting they'd never actually go through with it. The recording captured Valerie saying, "We just wanted to be together without all the complications." And Keith saying, "It seemed like the cleanest solution. Divorce would have been so messy." They'd been genuinely planning my murder as a practical solution to relationship complications.
Both Valerie and Keith were arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder, and fraud related to the insurance aspects of their plan. The recorded conversation where they admitted planning my death was powerful evidence, combined with the detailed documents Keith had created. During investigation, detectives found additional evidence. Valerie had purchased life insurance on me 6 months earlier without my knowledge, forging my signature to increase the payout. Keith had researched methods to make deaths appear accidental, had created fake social media accounts to ask questions about wilderness accidents without detection, and had even visited the planned accident location to verify its suitability. Both pled guilty to conspiracy charges. Valerie received 15 years in prison. Keith received 12 years. The judge noted the calculated, sustained nature of their planning and the betrayal of trust. Wife and best friend plotting murder as justifying significant sentences. But legal justice doesn't undo the devastation. My 16-year marriage was based on lies for at least the final 8 months. My 20-year friendship was betrayed completely. The two people I trusted most had been planning to kill me, and had only been prevented by Keith's careless mistake leaving evidence in my car. My daughter has lost both her mother to prison and her godfather, also prison, plus revelation he'd planned to murder her father. She's in intensive therapy, dealing with the trauma that her mother plotted to kill her father, that adults she loved and trusted had been planning murder while smiling at family dinners. The hiking trip Valerie had been enthusiastically planning, discussing routes, buying gear, building my anticipation, was meant to be the setting for my murder. Every conversation about the trip takes on horrific new meaning. When Valerie said, "It'll be just the two of us, completely alone," she meant no witnesses. When Keith said, "Make sure you go to that cliff overlook, the views are incredible," he meant, "That's where we'll push you off." What haunts me most is how close I came to walking into their trap. If Keith hadn't accidentally left that folder in my car, I'd have gone on that hiking trip, trusting Valerie completely. I'd have stood at that cliff overlook, admiring views, while she positioned herself to push me to my death. I'd have died believing my wife loved me, never knowing she'd murdered me to be with my best friend. I'm 44 years old, divorced. The marriage was annulled given Valerie's criminal fraud. Raising my traumatized daughter alone, and processing that my wife and best friend spent months planning my murder. The hiking trip that was supposedly a romantic birthday celebration was actually an execution plan. That betrayal from both wife and closest friend has fundamentally altered how I view trust and human relationships. Valerie and Keith will serve 12 and 15 years respectively, then face lifetime restrictions and monitoring. They destroyed their freedom, their reputations, and their relationships with everyone who'd loved them, all because they wanted to be together and thought murdering me was more convenient than divorce. The $2.8 million estate they'd planned to inherit through my murder will instead support my daughter's future and therapy. The life insurance Valerie fraudulently increased was canceled. Their carefully calculated financial planning was for nothing. They'll emerge from prison with nothing except criminal records and destroyed reputations. Some people have questioned whether conspiracy charges were appropriate, since they didn't actually attempt the murder. But they'd planned for months, had set the date, had researched methods, and had brought me to the edge of the trap. I'd agreed to the hiking trip and was days away from walking into their murder plan. Only Keith's carelessness prevented the actual attempt. My daughter struggles daily with the knowledge that her mother planned to murder her father. She's lost both parents functionally, one to prison, one to trauma and betrayal. She asks questions I can't fully answer. Did Mom ever really love us? Was Uncle Keith always planning this? Would they really have done it?
I don't have answers. I know they planned meticulously. I know they discussed their future together after my death with apparent excitement. I know they saw my murder as a clean solution to relationship complications. Whether they'd have actually pushed me off that cliff, I'll never know for certain. But they planned for months as if they would. And that intent is horrifying enough. I'm rebuilding life with my daughter, both of us in trauma therapy, both of us learning to trust again after the two people closest to us plotted murder. Valerie and Keith's betrayal was complete. They didn't just plan to kill me. They planned to comfort my grieving daughter while secretly having caused her father's death. That level of calculated cruelty is beyond my comprehension or forgiveness. My twin brother has been living as me for 6 months while I was hospitalized. Medical leave. Those two necessary words became my twin brother, Jason's, 43 male, opportunity for identity theft. He wasn't just helping manage my affairs during my extended hospitalization for a serious car accident, as he claimed, but had completely assumed my identity, moved into my home with my wife, Nina, 42 female, and been living as me while I recovered in a long-term care facility. And I, 43 male, only discovered the substitution when I was finally discharged, and came home to find Jason sleeping in my bed with my wife, who believed he was me. Jason and I are identical twins. We've always been close, though we've lived separate lives for decades, different careers, different cities, different friend groups. Jason works as a freelance consultant and has always been somewhat rootless, moving frequently and maintaining few long-term relationships. I'm a software engineer with a stable career, married to Nina for 18 years, with 2 teenage sons. 6 months ago, I was in a severe car accident that left me in a coma for 3 weeks, followed by months of intensive rehabilitation for traumatic brain injury and multiple fractures. During my hospitalization, Nina was understandably overwhelmed managing 2 teenagers alone while visiting me daily and dealing with insurance and medical decisions. Jason offered to help. He traveled from across the country to support Nina and my sons during this crisis. He'd stay at our house occasionally to help with the boys, would handle some of my business correspondence, and would accompany Nina to difficult medical meetings. His support seemed invaluable during an incredibly difficult period. What I didn't know, what no one knew, was that Jason had been planning something far more sinister than brotherly support. During my coma and early rehabilitation, when I was heavily sedated and barely conscious, Jason began subtly assuming my identity. He'd use my credit cards to make purchases, explaining to Nina he was handling things for me. He'd respond to my work emails using my accounts. He'd interact with my colleagues and friends, gradually inserting himself into my life. As my condition improved and I transitioned to a long-term rehabilitation facility about an hour from home, Jason's visits to me became less frequent, while his presence at my home increased. He'd tell Nina he was giving me space to focus on recovery, while actually distancing himself from me to avoid anyone noticing discrepancies between us. Then, approximately 3 months into my hospitalization, Jason apparently made a calculated decision to replace me entirely. He moved completely into my home, sleeping in my bedroom, eating meals with my family, attending my son's school events, and living as me full-time. Nina didn't realize the substitution because Jason and I are identical twins. We have the same face, same build, same voice. The personality differences Nina might have noticed were attributed to my brain injury. Doctors had warned that traumatic brain injury could cause personality changes, so when I seemed different, Nina assumed it was trauma-related. Jason carefully studied my life during those first months, learning about my work projects, my friends' names and histories, my routines and preferences. He read through my emails and text messages, studied family photos, and absorbed enough information to convincingly impersonate me. He told Nina that doctors recommended limiting my visits to the rehabilitation facility to avoid overwhelming me during recovery. He'd visit me occasionally, keeping tabs on my progress and ensuring I remained unaware of what was happening at home, while Nina and my sons believed they were respecting medical recommendations by visiting less frequently. During this period, Jason, as me, consolidated his control. He accessed my bank accounts, my retirement funds, and my investment accounts. He made significant financial transfers, moving approximately $180,000 from our joint accounts to accounts he controlled. He canceled several of my credit cards and opened new ones in my name. After 6 months of rehabilitation, my doctors finally cleared me for discharge. I was excited to return home, to reunite with Nina and my sons, and to rebuild my life after the devastating accident and long recovery. When I arrived home, transported by medical transport since I still couldn't drive, the front door was locked with different locks than I remembered. I knocked, confused, and Jason answered the door. He looked shocked and terrified to see me. Before I could speak, Nina appeared behind him, equally shocked. She said, "Oh my God, how did you get here? The facility said you weren't being discharged until next week." I was confused. I'd been discharged today as planned. Why did Nina seem surprised to see me? And why was Jason answering my door? Then the horrifying realization. Nina thought Jason was me. She'd been living with Jason for months, believing he was her husband recovering from brain injury. Jason had been sleeping in my bed, living my life, parenting my sons, and Nina had no idea she was with the wrong twin. The confrontation that followed was devastating for everyone. Nina was horrified and confused. Jason tried to claim he'd been helping by filling in while I recovered. I was furious and traumatized, realizing my identical twin had stolen my entire life while I was hospitalized. As details emerged, the full scope of Jason's deception became clear. He'd been planning this from early in my hospitalization. He'd gradually reduced family visits to me by claiming I needed space. He'd moved into my home and bed. He'd been living as me completely, including intimate relations with Nina, who genuinely believed he was her husband. Nina was traumatized when she understood she'd been having relations with Jason while believing he was me. The violation was profound. She'd been intimate with her brother-in-law while thinking he was her husband. Jason had sexually exploited Nina through identity fraud and had maintained this deception for months. I reported Jason to law enforcement for identity theft, fraud, sexual assault through deception, and financial theft. The investigation revealed he'd stolen approximately $180,000, had opened credit accounts in my name, had accessed all my personal and financial information, and had sexually exploited Nina through elaborate impersonation. Jason was charged with multiple felonies and received an 18-year prison sentence, particularly harsh because the sexual exploitation through identity theft was prosecuted as a sex crime alongside the financial fraud. But legal consequences don't undo the damage. Nina is in intensive trauma therapy, dealing with the reality that she'd unknowingly been intimate with Jason for months. She struggles with feelings of violation, betrayal, and profound confusion about what happened. Our marriage is severely damaged, though we're attempting counseling. My sons, ages 16 and 14, are traumatized by learning that Dad, for several months, was actually Uncle Jason, and that they'd unknowingly been living with an imposter who'd stolen their father's identity. They struggle with trust issues and confusion about their memories from those months. My relationship with Jason is destroyed beyond repair. My identical twin, someone I'd trusted completely, had seen my hospitalization as an opportunity to literally replace me and steal my entire life. He'd been willing to deceive my wife, my children, and everyone I knew to assume my identity. The financial theft of $180,000 was serious, but the personal violations were far worse. Jason had been intimate with my wife through deception. He'd parented my children as an imposter. He'd lived in my home, slept in my bed, and assumed every aspect of my identity while I recovered from traumatic injuries. What haunts me most is how close Jason came to succeeding permanently. If I'd died from my injuries or had remained institutionalized longer, Jason might have lived as me indefinitely. Nina and my sons might never have known they were with an imposter. Jason would have stolen my entire existence. Some people have questioned whether 18 years was excessive punishment, but Jason committed profound violations: identity theft, financial fraud, and sexual assault through deception against my wife. Those crimes warranted significant consequences regardless of fraternal relationship. I'm 43 years old, recovering from traumatic brain injury and car accident trauma, trying to rebuild my life after my identical twin spent 6 months impersonating me and stealing my identity. My marriage is damaged but salvageable. My sons are in therapy processing the identity substitution. The trust violations from Jason's replacement scheme will affect us all, permanently. Jason will serve 18 years, likely released in his 60s. He sacrificed everything: his freedom, his relationship with his twin brother, any relationship with his nephews, to steal my identity for 6 months. Those consequences are permanent and deserved. The $180,000 he stole will be partially recovered through restitution orders, but financial recovery is secondary to the psychological healing we all need. Nina particularly struggles with the profound violation of having been intimate with Jason while believing he was me. That deception created trauma that will require years of therapy. My identical twin saw my hospitalization from near-fatal accident not as tragedy requiring support, but as opportunity to replace me and steal my life. That betrayal, from the person genetically identical to me, has fundamentally altered how I view family, trust, and human capacity for exploitation. Jason made his choice when he first decided to replace me, rather than support me. The consequences, his imprisonment and our destroyed relationship, belong entirely to him. My wife and brother staged my death to collect my life insurance, together boating accident. Those 2 tragic words were supposed to be the cover story for my murder. My wife, Denise, 41 female, and my younger brother, Kyle, 38 Yinnamale, weren't planning a weekend fishing trip as they enthusiastically suggested, but had orchestrated an elaborate scheme to kill me on the water, make it appear accidental, and split my $3 million life insurance payout while beginning their affair openly. And I, 43 Yinner male, only discovered the plot when I overheard them rehearsing my accidental drowning scenario while I was supposedly asleep upstairs. Denise and I have been married for 17 years with 2 sons, ages 14 and 11. Our marriage had seemed solid. We communicated well, shared household responsibilities, and had built a comfortable life together. I work as a pharmaceutical sales director with substantial income and benefits, including a generous life insurance policy through my employer. Kyle has always been the troubled sibling: multiple failed careers, 2 bankruptcies, substance abuse struggles, and chaotic relationships. Despite this, I'd remained close with him, had helped him financially numerous times, and had welcomed him into our family life. Kyle was Uncle Kyle to my sons, a regular presence at family gatherings and holidays. About a year ago, Denise suggested Kyle needed more stability and family support. She offered to let him stay in our guest room, temporarily, while he got back on his feet after his latest job loss and breakup. I was hesitant but agreed, wanting to help my brother. Kyle's temporary stay extended to nearly a year. During this time, Denise and Kyle seemed to become close friends. They'd have long conversations, would laugh together at private jokes, and would coordinate household tasks when I was at work. I was pleased they'd developed a friendship and thought it was healthy family bonding. 3 months ago, Kyle and Denise started suggesting I should take up fishing as a hobby. Kyle said he'd been fishing recently and found it relaxing. Denise said I needed stress relief from work and that fishing would be perfect for me. They researched boats together, discussed fishing locations, and seemed enthusiastic about getting me into this new activity. I wasn't particularly interested, but appreciated their concern about my stress levels. When they suggested a weekend fishing trip to a remote lake about 2 hours away, I agreed reluctantly. Denise said she and Kyle would come along, Kyle to teach me fishing, Denise to enjoy the outdoor scenery. The trip was planned for next weekend. Kyle had borrowed a boat from a friend, had researched the perfect remote fishing spot, and had been reviewing weather forecasts obsessively. Their enthusiasm seemed excessive for a simple fishing trip, but I attributed it to their excitement about introducing me to a new hobby. Then, 3 nights ago, something remarkable happened that saved my life. I'd gone to bed early, claiming exhaustion from work, but couldn't sleep due to indigestion. Around 11 p.m., I heard voices downstairs. Kyle and Denise talking in the living room, presumably thinking I was asleep. I walked quietly to the top of the stairs, intending to go down for antacid, when I heard Denise say, "So we'll be about half a mile from shore when the boat capsizes. You'll grab the life jacket and swim to safety. He won't be able to swim that far. You know he's a weak swimmer." I froze on the stairs, listening in disbelief. Kyle responded, "And you'll be on shore with the kids, establishing alibi. When I come back alone, we say he fell in during the capsize and I couldn't save him. Everyone knows he can't swim well." Denise. The life insurance pays out $3 million. After a few months of grieving, we can slowly start our relationship publicly. We split the money and finally be together without him in the way. Kyle. Capsizing a boat isn't suspicious. Accidents happen, and the lake is deep enough that they might not find his body for days, which helps the accidental drowning narrative. I listened in horror for another 10 minutes as they rehearsed their plan. How Kyle would engineer the boat to capsize in deep water. How he'd try to save me but tragically fail. How Denise would react with appropriate grief, and how they'd eventually be together while living off my life insurance money. My wife and brother were planning to murder me during the fishing trip and make it look like an accidental drowning. The year of Kyle living with us had apparently evolved into an affair between him and Denise, and they'd decided killing me was more convenient than divorce. I quietly returned to the bedroom, my mind racing. I couldn't confront them immediately. They might accelerate their plan or become violent if they knew I'd discovered it. I needed evidence and law enforcement involvement before confronting them. I contacted police the next morning from my office. Detectives took my account seriously and equipped me with a recording device to capture Denise and Kyle discussing their plan. That evening, I casually mentioned the upcoming fishing trip, and their conversation, captured on recording, included references to making sure everything goes right this weekend, and Kyle saying, "Soon we won't have to hide anymore." Police arrested both Denise and Kyle before the fishing trip could occur. The investigation uncovered extensive planning. They'd researched accidental drowning statistics, had purchased a boat specifically for the murder, not borrowed from a friend as Kyle claimed, and had even practiced capsizing scenarios to ensure the plan would work. Text messages between Denise and Kyle revealed a 9-month affair and detailed murder planning. They'd discussed various methods before settling on the boating accident as most plausible. They'd researched my life insurance policy carefully, had confirmed it would pay out for accidental death, and had calculated how to split $3 million. Both were charged with conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder. The evidence was overwhelming. The recordings, text messages, their boat purchase records, and research history all proved premeditated murder plot. Denise and Kyle both pled guilty to conspiracy to commit murder. Denise received 22 years. Kyle received 20 years. The judge noted the particularly calculating nature of their plot. Family members planning to murder husband-brother during a bonding activity they'd manipulated him into doing. But legal consequences don't erase the trauma. My wife of 17 years and my younger brother had been planning my murder for months. They'd conducted a 9-month affair under my roof had researched how to kill me, had manipulated me into the fishing trip that was supposed to end my life. My sons lost both their mother to prison and their uncle, also prison, simultaneously. At ages 14 and 11, they learned their mother and uncle had plotted to murder their father. The psychological trauma for them has been severe and requires intensive therapy. I'm raising 2 traumatized teenage boys alone while processing that my wife and brother planned my murder. Every family gathering, every moment Kyle stayed in our guest room, every private conversation between Denise and Kyle, all occurred while they were conducting an affair and plotting how to kill me. The fishing trip I'd been reluctantly agreeing to wasn't a hobby introduction. It was my scheduled execution. If I hadn't overheard their rehearsal by chance, I'd have gone on that boat trusting them completely. I'd have drowned in that remote lake while Kyle failed to save me, and Denise would have collected $3 million while mourning her tragic loss. What haunts me most is how close I came to dying without ever knowing the danger. If indigestion hadn't kept me awake that night, if I hadn't heard their conversation, I'd have walked trustingly into their murder plot. My children would have grown up believing their father died in a tragic accident, never knowing their mother and uncle murdered him. Some people have questioned whether 20-year sentences were appropriate since the murder wasn't completed. But Denise and Kyle had thoroughly planned my death, had purchased equipment specifically for killing me, and were days away from executing their plan. Only chance discovery prevented the actual murder attempt. I'm 43 years old, widowed by arrest rather than murder, raising 2 sons who lost their mother and uncle to prison for plotting their father's death. The fishing trip next weekend would have been my final weekend alive if I hadn't accidentally overheard their rehearsal. Denise and Kyle will serve 20 and 22 years respectively, likely being released in their 60s. They sacrificed everything: freedom, family relationships, their future together, for a murder plot that failed because of my indigestion and accidental eavesdropping. The $3 million life insurance they'd planned to collect will instead support my sons through their trauma and education. The money that was supposed to fund Denise and Kyle's new life together after my murder will instead provide for the children they traumatized by plotting their father's death. Some family betrayals are so profound, they alter your understanding of reality. Your wife and brother conducting an affair while living under your roof and plotting your murder. That's one of them. I'll never fully trust family relationships again after learning the 2 people I trusted most were planning to kill me. That violation of trust, that theft of security, is permanent, regardless of their imprisonment. My wife convinced our kids I abused them to win full custody and alimony custody battle. Those 2 bitter words became my nightmare when my wife, Veronica, 43 female, wasn't just seeking divorce as she claimed after 20 years of marriage, but was coaching our 3 children to make false abuse allegations against me, to guarantee full custody and maximum alimony. And I, 45 years male, only discovered the coaching when my youngest daughter accidentally called me while Veronica was rehearsing abuse stories with her. Veronica filed for divorce 18 months ago, citing irreconcilable differences. I was heartbroken but willing to work toward amicable separation and co-parenting of our children. Emma, 16 years female, Noah, 14 years male, and Lily, 11 years female. I assumed we'd share custody roughly equally and split assets fairly after 20 years together. But Veronica's attorney immediately filed for full custody with supervised visitation only, claiming I posed potential danger to the children. The initial filing was vague about specifics, suggesting concerns about parenting fitness, without concrete allegations. I was confused but figured Veronica was being overly cautious and we'd work it out. Then during the custody evaluation, Emma told the court-appointed psychologist that I'd been emotionally abusive throughout her childhood, yelling constantly, calling her names, making her feel worthless. Noah claimed I'd physically intimidated him by getting in his face during arguments and once shoved him against a wall. Lily said I made her scared to come home because I was always angry. I was devastated and confused. None of these allegations were true. I'd never been physically aggressive with my children, never called them names, and had always maintained a loving, supportive relationship with all three. Yes, I disciplined them when necessary, and had occasional parenting frustrations like any parent, but nothing remotely resembling abuse.
The custody evaluator seemed skeptical of the allegations initially. She noted the children's stories had rehearsed quality and seemed to share similar unusual phrasings. But the consistency across all three children made the allegations concerning enough that she recommended limited, supervised visitation pending further investigation. I was allowed only 4 hours weekly with my children, supervised by a court-appointed monitor in a clinical setting. My kids seemed uncomfortable and distant during these visits, barely speaking to me and seeming to measure their words carefully. Then, 3 months ago, something remarkable happened. Lily, my youngest, accidentally pocket-dialed me while at Veronica's house. I answered and heard muffled conversation in the background. I was about to hang up when I heard Veronica's voice clearly. "Lily, we need to practice your testimony again. Remember, you say Daddy made you feel scared and unsafe. You need to cry when you say it. The judge needs to believe you." I immediately started recording the call. Over the next 12 minutes, I recorded Veronica coaching Lily on exactly what to say in court, correcting her when she got details wrong, and rehearsing emotional responses. Veronica was literally scripting false abuse allegations and teaching my 11-year-old daughter how to perform them convincingly. The recording was devastating, but also vindicating. Veronica told Lily, "If you do this right, we'll get all of Daddy's money, and he won't be able to bother us anymore. You want that, right? You want Mommy to be happy?" Lily's small voice responded, "But Daddy never hurt me. I miss him." Veronica's reply was chilling. "He hurt all of us by not loving me enough. Now we hurt him back by taking everything." I provided the recording to my attorney, who immediately filed emergency motions. The court ordered forensic interviews of all three children by specialists trained in detecting coaching and false allegations. The interviews revealed systematic coaching. Veronica had been rehearsing abuse stories with Emma, Noah, and Lily for over a year, teaching them what to say, how to say it, and rewarding them when they performed well. The children eventually admitted under careful questioning that none of the abuse had happened. Veronica had told them that lying was necessary to protect the family and to make sure Daddy paid for hurting Mommy. Emma, the oldest, had understood this was wrong but felt pressured by Veronica. Noah and Lily had been confused but trusted their mother. The forensic evaluator's report was damning. Veronica had engaged in systematic parental alienation and coaching of false allegations. The evaluator noted this was among the most egregious cases she'd encountered, deliberately teaching young children to fabricate abuse claims and perform them in court. The court sanctioned Veronica severely. Her petition for full custody was denied, and I was awarded primary custody of all three children, with Veronica receiving only supervised visitation, the exact opposite of what she'd sought. The judge cited Veronica's deliberate manipulation of the judicial system and psychological abuse of her own children in service of vindictive goals. Veronica was also ordered to pay my legal fees, approximately $85,000, and was referred to the district attorney's office for potential criminal charges related to inducing false testimony and attempting to pervert the course of justice. But beyond legal victories, the damage was profound. My children had spent over a year being coached to lie about me, being taught that their father was an abuser, and being rewarded for performing false allegations. The psychological impact on Emma, Noah, and Lily has been significant. They struggle with guilt, confusion about truth and lies, and difficulty trusting their own memories. Emma is in intensive therapy dealing with the moral injury of having accused her father of abuse she knew was false. She's plagued by guilt and struggles to reconcile that her mother, who should protect her, taught her to lie in court
and manipulated her into participating in false allegations. Noah has trust issues and difficulty with authority after being caught between his parents and forced to lie under oath. Lily, at 11, doesn't fully understand what happened, but knows she said things about Daddy that weren't true because Mommy told her to. My relationship with all 3 children is recovering, but bears permanent scars. They know I didn't abuse them, but the year of alienation and coached allegations created distance and confusion that takes time to heal. We're rebuilding trust slowly, with family therapy. My relationship with Veronica is destroyed beyond any possibility of repair. She was willing to psychologically damage our children, teaching them to lie, coaching false abuse allegations, manipulating them into court performances, purely to win custody and maximize financial extraction from our divorce. The criminal investigation resulted in Veronica being charged with subornation of perjury and child endangerment. She pled guilty to reduced charges and received 18 months in prison, plus mandatory parenting classes she must complete before even supervised visitation can resume. Some people have suggested I should be satisfied with custody victory without pursuing criminal charges, that imprisoning my children's mother further traumatizes them. But Veronica committed serious crimes. Coaching children to make false abuse allegations is both perjury and psychological abuse. Those crimes warranted prosecution, regardless of impact on family dynamics. The 18 months Veronica will spend in prison means Emma, Noah, and Lily will have essentially no contact with their mother during crucial developmental years. That's tragic, but it's the consequence of Veronica's choices. She chose to coach false allegations rather than pursue honest custody arrangements. What haunts me most is wondering how far Veronica would have gone if Lily hadn't accidentally called me. Would my children have testified falsely in court? Would I have been permanently branded an abuser based on coached lies? Would I have lost custody of my kids based on systematic perjury that Veronica orchestrated? I'm 45 years old, with primary custody of 3 traumatized children who spent a year being taught to lie about me. I'm rebuilding relationships damaged by their mother's deliberate alienation campaign. I'm helping them process guilt about false allegations they were manipulated into making. The legal victory doesn't erase the damage Veronica caused. The $85,000 in legal fees Veronica must repay is small compensation for a year of supervised visitation, damaged relationships with my children, and the psychological trauma of being falsely accused of child abuse. But having custody and the truth established matters more than financial recovery. Veronica chose vindictive financial extraction over our children's well-being. She weaponized them in divorce proceedings, taught them to lie under oath, and psychologically abused them through systematic coaching of false allegations. That betrayal of me and of Emma, Noah, and Lily is permanent and unforgivable. Some people are willing to sacrifice anything, including their children's psychological health, for money and revenge. Veronica proved she's one of them. My wife faked our son's autism diagnosis to collect disability benefits for 8 years. Special needs diagnosis. Those 3 medical words became my wife, Andrea's 42-year-old female, tool for fraud. She wasn't advocating for our son, Tyler's 12-year-old male, developmental needs as she claimed, but had fabricated his autism diagnosis to collect $127,000 in disability benefits over 8 years, while forcing him into unnecessary special education programs. And I, 44-year-old male, only discovered the deception when Tyler's school psychologist called, asking why he was in severely restrictive programs when his recent evaluations showed absolutely no signs of autism spectrum disorder. Andrea and I have been married for 15 years. When Tyler was 4, Andrea became convinced he had developmental delays. She said he wasn't making eye contact properly, seemed to struggle with social interaction, and showed repetitive behaviors consistent with autism. I didn't see these issues as clearly, but trusted Andrea's maternal instincts and supported her seeking evaluation. Andrea took Tyler to a developmental pediatrician she'd researched, Dr. Marcus Chen, who diagnosed Tyler with moderate autism spectrum disorder after a single appointment. The diagnosis meant Tyler qualified for early intervention services, special education support, and supplemental security income, SSI, disability benefits of approximately $800 monthly. I was devastated by the diagnosis, but committed to supporting Tyler's needs. Andrea became Tyler's fierce advocate, researching therapies, coordinating services, attending IEP meetings, and managing all his medical care. She seemed so knowledgeable and dedicated that I deferred to her expertise on Tyler's treatment. Over 8 years, Andrea managed every aspect of Tyler's autism services. She'd take him to weekly therapy appointments, coordinate with special education teachers, and collect the monthly SSI payments that went directly to an account she managed for Tyler's special needs expenses. The SSI benefits totaled approximately $76,800 over those years. Plus, we received an additional $50,000 in supplemental state disability assistance. Tyler remained in highly restrictive special education programs throughout elementary school. Separate classrooms, limited mainstream interaction, intensive behavioral interventions. Andrea insisted these restrictions were necessary for Tyler's autism, though I sometimes wondered if he seemed more capable than his educational placement suggested. Then, 3 weeks ago, I received a call from Tyler's middle school psychologist, Dr. Patricia Morrison. She said she'd completed Tyler's triennial evaluation required for continued special education services, and the results were confusing. Tyler's cognitive, social, and behavioral assessments showed absolutely no indicators of autism spectrum disorder. He tested at grade level academically, showed age-appropriate social skills, and demonstrated no repetitive behaviors or sensory issues. Dr. Morrison asked if Tyler had received intensive treatment that had resolved his autism, though she noted autism doesn't typically resolve completely. She seemed puzzled why Tyler remained in such restrictive programming when current evaluations showed he didn't meet any criteria for autism diagnosis. I was shocked and asked Dr. Morrison to send me all evaluation reports. When I reviewed them, I saw what she meant. Tyler's current testing showed typical development across all domains. There were no signs of autism. I pulled his original diagnosis from when he was 4 and noticed something disturbing. The evaluating physician, Dr. Marcus Chen, wasn't licensed in our state, and the address listed for his practice was actually a residential home. I investigated further and discovered Dr. Chen had lost his medical license in another state for fraudulent diagnoses. He'd apparently been running an unlicensed practice evaluating children for developmental disorders and providing diagnoses that qualified families for disability benefits, for a fee. Andrea had paid him $3,000 for Tyler's autism diagnosis. I confronted Andrea with the school's evaluation and my research about Dr. Chen. She initially claimed Tyler must have responded incredibly well to treatment, but when I pressed about the fraudulent evaluator, she broke down and admitted the truth. Tyler had never had autism. She'd paid Dr. Chen for a fake diagnosis so we could collect disability benefits. Andrea confessed she'd fabricated or exaggerated Tyler's symptoms to maintain the diagnosis over the years. She'd coached him on how to behave during evaluations, had lied to teachers and therapists about his behaviors at home, and had insisted on restrictive educational placements to maintain the appearance that Tyler had significant disabilities requiring support. For 8 years, Andrea had deliberately kept our son in unnecessarily restrictive special education, had subjected him to therapies and interventions he didn't need, and had isolated him from typical peer interactions, all to maintain a fraudulent disability diagnosis that generated $127,000 in benefits. I reported Andrea to law enforcement for disability fraud and to social services for educational neglect. The investigation confirmed systematic fraud. Andrea had knowingly obtained a fraudulent diagnosis, had collected disability benefits under false pretenses for 8 years, and had deliberately misrepresented Tyler's abilities to schools and medical providers to maintain the fraud. Andrea was charged with disability fraud, theft of government benefits, and child endangerment for unnecessarily restricting Tyler's education. She pled guilty and received 3 years in prison, plus restitution orders for $127,000, the full amount of fraudulently obtained benefits. The damage to Tyler extended beyond the fraud. He'd spent 8 years believing he had a disability, had been segregated from typical peers, had missed opportunities for normal social development, and had internalized that he was fundamentally different and incapable. School psychologists said he'd need significant support to overcome the psychological impact of being unnecessarily labeled and restricted for most of his childhood. Tyler was immediately transitioned to general education with appropriate support services. The transition was difficult. He'd been in separate special education for 8 years and struggled with the expectations and social dynamics of mainstream classrooms. Andrea's fraud had robbed him of 8 years of normal educational and social development. My marriage to Andrea is destroyed. I filed for divorce immediately and was awarded full custody of Tyler given Andrea's fraud and the harm she'd caused him. Andrea's relationship with Tyler is also severely damaged. He's angry and confused about why his mother lied about him having autism and kept him in restrictive programs unnecessarily. Andrea's justification was purely financial. She'd wanted the disability income and the additional state benefits. She'd researched how to obtain fraudulent diagnoses, had found Dr. Chen who specialized in providing them for payment, and had maintained the deception for 8 years without concern for Tyler's well-being or development. The $127,000 restitution Andrea owes will take decades to repay. She emerged from prison with a felony record, no job prospects, and a destroyed family. Her fraud cost Tyler 8 years of normal childhood, cost our family over $100,000 in fraudulent benefits, and permanently damaged her relationships with both her husband and son. Some people have suggested I should have handled this privately, without involving law enforcement, that family matters shouldn't result in criminal prosecution. But Andrea committed serious fraud, stole over $100,000 in government benefits, and deliberately harmed our son's educational and social development for financial gain. Those crimes warranted prosecution regardless of family bonds. Tyler is now 12, working with therapists to overcome the psychological impact of 8 years with a fake disability label. He's adjusting to general education, rebuilding social skills, and processing complex feelings about his mother's betrayal. The damage Andrea caused will affect him for years, potentially for life. I'm 44, divorced, and raising Tyler alone while he recovers from 8 years of unnecessary special education caused by his mother's fraud. Andrea chose disability fraud income over our son's well-being and development. She looked him in the eyes daily, knowing she'd fabricated his disability, knowing she was restricting his education unnecessarily, and she felt no guilt as long as the monthly checks kept coming. That betrayal of both Tyler and me is utterly unforgivable. My wife faked our son's autism diagnosis to collect disability benefits for 8 years. Special needs diagnosis. Those 3 medical words became my wife, Andrea's 42-year-old female, tool for fraud. She wasn't advocating for our son, Tyler's 12-year-old male, developmental needs as she claimed, but had fabricated his autism diagnosis to collect $127,000 in disability benefits over 8 years, while forcing him into unnecessary special education programs. And I, 44-year-old male, only discovered the deception when Tyler's school psychologist called, asking why he was in severely restrictive programs when his recent evaluations showed absolutely no signs of autism spectrum disorder. Andrea and I have been married for 15 years. When Tyler was 4, Andrea became convinced he had developmental delays. She said he wasn't making eye contact properly, seemed to struggle with social interaction, and showed repetitive behaviors consistent with autism. I didn't see these issues as clearly, but trusted Andrea's maternal instincts and supported her seeking evaluation. Andrea took Tyler to a developmental pediatrician she'd researched, Dr. Marcus Chen, who diagnosed Tyler with moderate autism spectrum disorder after a single appointment. The diagnosis meant Tyler qualified for early intervention services, special education support, and supplemental security income, SSI, disability benefits of approximately $800 monthly. I was devastated by the diagnosis, but committed to supporting Tyler's needs. Andrea became Tyler's fierce advocate, researching therapies, coordinating services, attending IEP meetings, and managing all his medical care. She seemed so knowledgeable and dedicated that I deferred to her expertise on Tyler's treatment. Over 8 years, Andrea managed every aspect of Tyler's autism services. She'd take him to weekly therapy appointments, coordinate with special education teachers, and collect the monthly SSI payments that went directly to an account she managed for Tyler's special needs expenses. The SSI benefits totaled approximately $76,800 over those years. Plus, we received an additional $50,000 in supplemental state disability assistance. Tyler remained in highly restrictive special education programs throughout elementary school. Separate classrooms, limited mainstream interaction, intensive behavioral interventions. Andrea insisted these restrictions were necessary for Tyler's autism, though I sometimes wondered if he seemed more capable than his educational placement suggested. Then, 3 weeks ago, I received a call from Tyler's middle school psychologist, Dr. Patricia Morrison. She said she'd completed Tyler's triennial evaluation required for continued special education services, and the results were confusing. Tyler's cognitive, social, and behavioral assessments showed absolutely no indicators of autism spectrum disorder. He tested at grade level academically, showed age-appropriate social skills, and demonstrated no repetitive behaviors or sensory issues. Dr. Morrison asked if Tyler had received intensive treatment that had resolved his autism, though she noted autism doesn't typically resolve completely. She seemed puzzled why Tyler remained in such restrictive programming when current evaluations showed he didn't meet any criteria for autism diagnosis. I was shocked and asked Dr. Morrison to send me all evaluation reports. When I reviewed them, I saw what she meant. Tyler's current testing showed typical development across all domains. There were no signs of autism. I pulled his original diagnosis from when he was 4 and noticed something disturbing. The evaluating physician, Dr. Marcus Chen, wasn't licensed in our state, and the address listed for his practice was actually a residential home. I investigated further and discovered Dr. Chen had lost his medical license in another state for fraudulent diagnoses. He'd apparently been running an unlicensed practice evaluating children for developmental disorders and providing diagnoses that qualified families for disability benefits, for a fee. Andrea had paid him $3,000 for Tyler's autism diagnosis. I confronted Andrea with the school's evaluation and my research about Dr. Chen. She initially claimed Tyler must have responded incredibly well to treatment, but when I pressed about the fraudulent evaluator, she broke down and admitted the truth. Tyler had never had autism. She'd paid Dr. Chen for a fake diagnosis so we could collect disability benefits. Andrea confessed she'd fabricated or exaggerated Tyler's symptoms to maintain the diagnosis over the years. She'd coached him on how to behave during evaluations, had lied to teachers and therapists about his behaviors at home, and had insisted on restrictive educational placements to maintain the appearance that Tyler had significant disabilities requiring support. For 8 years, Andrea had deliberately kept our son in unnecessarily restrictive special education, had subjected him to therapies and interventions he didn't need, and had isolated him from typical peer interactions, all to maintain a fraudulent disability diagnosis that generated $127,000 in benefits. I reported Andrea to law enforcement for disability fraud and to social services for educational neglect. The investigation confirmed systematic fraud. Andrea had knowingly obtained a fraudulent diagnosis, had collected disability benefits under false pretenses for 8 years, and had deliberately misrepresented Tyler's abilities to schools and medical providers to maintain the fraud. Andrea was charged with disability fraud, theft of government benefits, and child endangerment for unnecessarily restricting Tyler's education. She pled guilty and received 3 years in prison, plus restitution orders for $127,000, the full amount of fraudulently obtained benefits. The damage to Tyler extended beyond the fraud. He'd spent 8 years believing he had a disability, had been segregated from typical peers, had missed opportunities for normal social development, and had internalized that he was fundamentally different and incapable. School psychologists said he'd need significant support to overcome the psychological impact of being unnecessarily labeled and restricted for most of his childhood. Tyler was immediately transitioned to general education with appropriate support services. The transition was difficult. He'd been in separate special education for 8 years and struggled with the expectations and social dynamics of mainstream classrooms. Andrea's fraud had robbed him of 8 years of normal educational and social development. My marriage to Andrea is destroyed. I filed for divorce immediately and was awarded full custody of Tyler given Andrea's fraud and the harm she'd caused him. Andrea's relationship with Tyler is also severely damaged. He's angry and confused about why his mother lied about him having autism and kept him in restrictive programs unnecessarily. Andrea's justification was purely financial. She'd wanted the disability income and the additional state benefits. She'd researched how to obtain fraudulent diagnoses, had found Dr. Chen who specialized in providing them for payment, and had maintained the deception for 8 years without concern for Tyler's well-being or development. The $127,000 restitution Andrea owes will take decades to repay. She emerged from prison with a felony record, no job prospects, and a destroyed family. Her fraud cost Tyler 8 years of normal childhood, cost our family over $100,000 in fraudulent benefits, and permanently damaged her relationships with both her husband and son. Some people have suggested I should have handled this privately, without involving law enforcement, that family matters shouldn't result in criminal prosecution. But Andrea committed serious fraud, stole over $100,000 in government benefits, and deliberately harmed our son's educational and social development for financial gain. Those crimes warranted prosecution regardless of family bonds. Tyler is now 12, working with therapists to overcome the psychological impact of 8 years with a fake disability label. He's adjusting to general education, rebuilding social skills, and processing complex feelings about his mother's betrayal. The damage Andrea caused will affect him for years, potentially for life. I'm 44, divorced, and raising Tyler alone while he recovers from 8 years of unnecessary special education caused by his mother's fraud. Andrea chose disability fraud income over our son's well-being and development. She looked him in the eyes daily, knowing she'd fabricated his disability, knowing she was restricting his education unnecessarily, and she felt no guilt as long as the monthly checks kept coming. That betrayal of both Tyler and me is utterly unforgivable. My husband secretly donated my embryos to another couple without my consent. Fertility clinic. Those 2 hopeful words revealed my husband, Marcus's 48-year male, unforgivable violation. He wasn't supporting my decision to delay having more children as he claimed, after we'd stored embryos from IVF, but had secretly signed consent forms donating our 5 remaining embryos to another couple without my knowledge, and I, 44-year-old female, only discovered the betrayal when I contacted the clinic about using our embryos and learned they'd been donated per both partners' written consent 2 years earlier, consent I never provided. Marcus and I have been married for 19 years with one daughter, Isabel, 14-year-old female. We'd struggled with infertility for years before Isabel's birth via IVF. During that process, we created 8 embryos. We used 3 for Isabel's successful pregnancy and stored the remaining 5 embryos for potential future children. After Isabel's birth, Marcus became increasingly resistant to having more children. He'd say one child was enough, that we were getting older, that we should focus on the daughter we had. I'd always imagined having at least 2 children, but I agreed to wait and revisit the decision when Isabel was older. The stored embryos represented potential children, our genetic children, Isabel's potential siblings. They were frozen and preserved at the fertility clinic, costing us $800 annually in storage fees. For 14 years, those embryos remained stored, while Marcus and I periodically discussed whether to use them. About 3 years ago, Marcus became more insistent about moving on from the possibility of more children. He'd mention the storage fees as wasted money, would suggest we were too old to have another baby, and would say Isabel deserved our undivided attention. He'd periodically bring up what we should do with the embryos, in vague terms. I'd made clear I wasn't ready to make permanent decisions about embryos that represented potential children. I said as long as I remained physically capable of pregnancy, I wanted the option available. Marcus seemed to reluctantly accept this, though he'd occasionally express frustration about the ongoing costs. 2 months ago, Isabel expressed deep desire for a sibling. She'd always been somewhat lonely as an only child, and had begun asking if we'd consider using our stored embryos. At 44, I was approaching the upper limits of safe pregnancy, but medical evaluation showed I was still healthy enough to potentially carry another child. I called the fertility clinic to discuss beginning the process of preparing for embryo transfer. The clinic coordinator seemed confused when I explained what I wanted, then put me on hold for several minutes. When the coordinator returned, she explained there must be some miscommunication. Our embryos were no longer in storage. According to their records, both Marcus and I had signed consent forms 2 years earlier, donating all 5 remaining embryos to another couple who'd been matched through their donor program. I was stunned. I'd never signed any donation consent forms. I'd never agreed to donate our embryos. The coordinator insisted their records showed signatures from both partners authorizing the donation, and that the embryos had been transferred to the recipient couple 18 months ago. I demanded to see the consent forms. When the clinic provided copies, I saw a signature that looked similar to mine but wasn't. Someone had forged my signature on documents donating our embryos without my knowledge or consent. I immediately suspected Marcus. I confronted him that evening, and his reaction, guilty silence before defensive anger, confirmed my suspicion. He eventually admitted he'd forged my signature on the donation consent forms and had lied to the clinic about having my agreement. Marcus claimed he'd done it for us, that he knew I'd never agree to donate or destroy the embryos, but that maintaining false hope about more children was preventing us from moving on with our lives. He said the embryos were becoming an obsession for me, and that donating them was necessary to force closure. His justifications were hollow and infuriating. Marcus had made a unilateral decision about embryos that were half mine genetically, had forged my legal signature, had lied to medical professionals, and had stolen my reproductive choice. Our 5 embryos, potential children, Isabel's potential siblings, had been given away without my consent. The clinic was horrified when I explained the signature was forged and I'd never consented. They acknowledged serious security and verification failures. They should have confirmed consent independently from each partner, rather than accepting forms signed together. They offered profuse apologies, but explained that the embryos had already been used. The recipient couple had achieved successful pregnancy and had delivered healthy twins 18 months ago. 2 children, my genetic children, Isabel's genetic siblings, existed in the world because of Marcus's forged consent. Another couple was raising my biological children, and I'd had no knowledge or choice in this outcome. I reported Marcus to law enforcement for fraud, forgery, and reproductive coercion. I also sued the fertility clinic for negligence in accepting forged consent and failing to verify authorization independently. Marcus was charged with multiple felonies related to forging legal documents and making fraudulent medical decisions. The legal proceedings revealed Marcus had planned this carefully. He'd researched the clinic's consent procedures, had identified weaknesses in their verification process, and had practiced forging my signature before submitting the documents. He deliberately exploited security gaps to donate our embryos without my knowledge. Marcus pled guilty and received 3 years in prison for forgery and fraud. The judge emphasized the particular violation of reproductive autonomy, that Marcus had made irreversible decisions about potential children without his wife's consent, effectively ending her possibility of using their embryos. The fertility clinic settled my lawsuit for $2.4 million, acknowledging their catastrophic failure to verify consent independently and their role in allowing my embryos to be donated through forged authorization. They've since completely overhauled their consent verification procedures. But no settlement compensates for what was taken. 5 embryos, potential children I might have had, were given to strangers without my knowledge. 2 of those embryos became living children that I'll never know. My reproductive choices were stolen by my husband's forgery. My relationship with Marcus is destroyed permanently. He violated my reproductive autonomy in the most fundamental way possible. He made irreversible decisions about potential children, forged my legal signature, and showed no genuine remorse beyond regret at being caught. Isabel is devastated, understanding at 14 that she might have had siblings, but her father gave away the embryos without her mother's consent. Her relationship with Marcus is severely damaged. She struggles with knowing she has genetic siblings being raised by another family. The recipient couple who received our embryos and had twins was not complicit in the fraud. They'd participated in legitimate donor programs through the clinic and had no knowledge the donation consent was forged. They're now raising my genetic children, and there's no legal mechanism to undo the situation. I've had no contact with the family raising my genetic children. It would be inappropriate and potentially harmful to intrude on their lives. But knowing 2 of my biological children exist somewhere, being raised by strangers because my husband forged my signature, is a wound that will never fully heal. What Marcus stole wasn't just embryos. It was reproductive choice, potential children, and Isabel's potential siblings. His decision to forge consent and donate embryos he knew I wasn't willing to release was the ultimate violation of bodily autonomy and reproductive rights. Some people have suggested 3 years imprisonment is harsh for what Marcus characterizes as a family planning disagreement. But Marcus committed serious crimes: forgery of legal documents, fraud, and reproductive coercion. He made irreversible medical decisions using forged authorization. Those crimes warranted prosecution. Marcus claimed he acted for our family, but he acted for himself. He didn't want more children and decided to eliminate that possibility without my consent. He valued his preference over my reproductive autonomy and forged legal documents to force his will. I'm 44 years old, divorced, no longer able to use embryos that were donated through fraud. The $2.4 million settlement from the clinic provides financial compensation, but can't restore what was stolen. Somewhere, 2 children with my DNA are being raised by another family because my husband forged my signature. Isabel will grow up knowing she has genetic siblings she'll likely never meet, created from embryos her father gave away without her mother's consent. That knowledge, that her father's crime resulted in siblings she can't know, is a complex grief she'll carry for life. Marcus will serve 3 years, then live with the consequences of his crime. Destroyed marriage, damaged relationship with Isabel, and the knowledge that he violated his wife's reproductive autonomy so profoundly that criminal prosecution was warranted. The clinic's $2.4 million settlement acknowledges their failure to protect patients from reproductive coercion through forged consent. Their improved verification procedures may prevent future violations, but that doesn't restore my stolen choices or the embryos Marcus gave away. Some violations are so fundamental to bodily autonomy and reproductive rights that they permanently sever relationships. Forging your wife's signature to donate embryos she explicitly wanted to keep, making irreversible decisions about potential children without consent, that's one of them. Marcus made his choice when he forged those documents. The consequences, his imprisonment, our destroyed marriage, and children that exist because of his fraud, belong to him.